About was the smoke monster a cloud of nanobots?
And that balance only got more difficult to maintain when they started adding new characters with their own flashback narratives on top of all of the existing characters' flashback narratives. With not knowing if they'd return, Damon and Carlton wanted to spend their final episodes of the show reaching a few essential character beats they had planned out, including revealing some core character mysteries.
This is a totally easy one. Jack and Claire are siblings.
Hell no, we won't tell you.
However, with the additional knowledge that Lost would be allowed to end, Damon and Carlton planned to stay on, and even more definitive story beats happen in this half of the season than initially planned. But keep in mind, the audience at this point still did not know definitively if the show would be allowed to end at all. But despite all of the meaningful relationship developments at the beach camp, this arc of episodes also strikes a great balance with perilous action, as Kate, Saeed, Locke, and Rousseau all go on a mission to rescue Jack. I'm somebody who really loves all of Lost's story elements. I love the beach camp, I love the mystery, I love the characters. But besides maybe the first 10 episodes of the show,
Hello? If you heard, I'm trying to get through a 6-hour Lost video essay right now, so if you heard parts of it, it's because I forgot to turn off turn down scope audio. So yeah, you might guess I might have caught some Lost video essay by Billiam. Yeah, I never watched Lost, so I was interested in absolutely deep diving. I'm like 5 hours in. I'm learning a lot. I'll share it in case anyone wants to watch it. Can I share? Yeah. Yeah, I highly suggest if you have like 6.5 hours of your time to go and watch video essays on YouTube about TV shows you never watched. Okay, sorry. Enough of that. Time to actually get into my what I came here for. I came here for Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is part 33. We are now officially I think officially in endgame, right? Seeing as like Kazuma is finally getting starting to get knee deep into the closure that he wants to get. So hopefully we can give that to him. Alright, let's just go in. I mean, is this still... Oh, we're back to investigating? Investigation part 2? Because the guy just collapsed in court last time. I'm assuming we're not going to continue on. It's... Oh, okay. Okay. I thought there was going to be a wrap-up at least of the other guy, but... I guess not. I still can't believe what just happened. I know. I inquired with the bailiff after the court session was adjourned, and it seems Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of a prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret, not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out into the open. See, this is why I said you shouldn't. It's okay. It's okay. I've. It's fine. When people don't want to talk about things, you shouldn't force them into it. It's not only is it rude, but it can be potentially harmful to the person as well. So don't do that. Was it wrong of me to do that? Did I overstep the mark, I wonder? I mean, arguably, the fault isn't completely Rinosuke's because, Kazuma kind of... He was the one that kind of heckled us into it, wasn't he? Man, what happened to Kazuma? He used to be so nice, now he's like a dick. Runo? Oh, Iris? Yeah! Runo! Oh, Iris.
You're miles away. Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of soothing tea for you.
Oh, thank you.
You and Susie have been you and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you?
Oh, thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? When we came out of the courtroom back in the defendant's antechamber, he disappeared.
Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. He said it was... I must leave. All he said was, I must leave.
I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Yeah, right? Because we still haven't figured that out yet. Gregson.
Well, you know what Harley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. The construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else.
What does that mean?
He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own too. He just can't take his own advice and leave well alone. Solving mysteries is too important to him.
That's so true.
That's what I like about Harley, after all.
I suppose that's where a lot of great detectives, in some ways.
So then, let's have tea. And then I'll give you a hand.
Oh, do you have time, Iris? She's 10. I don't think she goes to school. She has nothing but time.
Yes, I finished this month's...
Oh, I forgot she was oh, sorry. Oh my god. I can't believe I forgot Iris was a 10-year-old genius, writer, scientist, philanthropist, inventor, mechanic. My bad, my bad. I'm so sorry for assuming you had time.
Yes, I finished this month's manuscript at last, with barely a day to spare before the deadline.
Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. A brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline.
You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes.
Sure, that's very wise, Iris.
How sensible of you.
Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation.
Alright. I'm assuming we're gonna talk. Anything fun to look at? Let's check what Iris is. Nope, that's already been checked. Okie dokie. Let's talk. This morning's trial.
So how did the
Oh yeah! Because it's a closed court. Was she there?
So, how did it go in court this morning?
Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened. But one thing's increasingly clear, not certain. Lord Van Zeeks. No. Lord Van Zykes definitely didn't do it.
Oh, goody!
Yes, that's right. I managed to uncover several new facts as well.
Oh, Really?
And there was another development too. Kazuma. Yes, it's quite clear now that Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. I know. I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, he was like a bloodhound. Bloodhound? No, my mistake. He was like a bloodhound, like the dog. My bad. He was like a bloodhound in the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten path.
Ah, yo! Hello, Punky Dumplings. How are you?
Have you been good today?
Yes. Welcome. We are now currently in the second half
Of, I guess this big glass case or something? Yes. Oh no! I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you get better soon. Yeah, it's been like cold, and I've seen a couple people get the flu recently, so so sad that you're the one of the victims, but I hope you get better soon. Hope you feel better soon as well. Also hope you're getting plenty of rest, plenty of fluids. Plenty of rest and plenty of fluids. Best way to feel better. Alright, yeah. Right now we're in the second part of investigation. Kazuma is an asshole now. It's... Yeah, I actually don't know what we're going to be investigating this time, because I'm like, what more can we possibly uncover, right? Why not chat much?
That's absolutely fine. You take care of yourself first, okay? If you're tired, please take a rest. I'm just happy you're here.
He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. I don't know, I feel like Kazuma was always kind of single-track minded, but whereas he was single-track minded nice before, he's single-track minded mean now, which is... Kazuma. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma and try to understand what he's going through. Alright.
Reaper's innocence.
If Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered, then Lord Van Zykes...
Well, as we found out in the, voiced, cutscene last time, it's Lord Van Zykes.
But we're choosing to ignore that. Lord Van Zykes has to be innocent, you see.
What? The day before? Now that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely.
Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report.
Huh. That is curious.
There are still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zykes, though, aren't there? Do you mean... I mean, what was he doing there on Fresher Street that day in the first place? Who was the coroner? Maria Gori. We don't know that person. Do we? No, we don't. Okay. Well, maybe we'll meet them now, I guess. I mean, what was he doing there on Fresher Street? Yeah.
Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he?
And it turns out that little room was actually the inspector's secret office.
Oh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot.
But then, why was a notice board in there covered in all these particular papers? Papers about the case with a link to the Reaper. I am starting to get a bad feeling about all this.
Oh dear, it sounds more like something horribly devilish.
How did you find the daily the daily vigil? Oh my gosh. I actually like about halfway through the second part of the cross-examination, I was like, oh, this guy has to be like a secret identity, right? Because they're focusing too much on how like distinct his look is. I'm like, no, that distinctness must be part of his disguise. But then who the hell is he? And I was like, oh, maybe it's this guy because he's like the only person who hasn't been like introduced yet. And I'm like, he has to be relevant to this plot because it's an Ace Attorney game and they have similar hairstyles, kind of. But then I'm like, no, that's ridiculous. Like his nose is completely different and like the hair color is different, and, like the eye shape is different. I'm like, nah. Like even if he did like have like a fake lip, like that can't be it, right? Talked myself out of it. Turns out I was right though. I was correct in the end. But man, yeah, what a plot twist. I still can't believe he managed to upkeep his like lavish lifestyle purely off selling gossip and I guess Inspector Gregson giving him pocket money. Like his wife and himself, they live a good upper class life? How the hell did he manage to? I guess Gregson must be rich. Like, is he though? Because wasn't he excited to get a promotion? Not a promotion, a raise after Iris's books came out? Like, I don't know, maybe being a panhandler is more lucrative than I think. But yeah, holy shit. Or maybe he just had a really big nest egg. Yeah, so I guess like that could be a case. He just had a huge nest egg, and they were just going pretending to have a job to be like, to do something, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, poor guy. He's in like hospital now because he like collapsed in a dead faint. Because we unrooted a lot of mental trauma for him. Man, I hate that. I didn't want to, but like I knew like the case couldn't like proceed if I didn't say yes. Ace Attorney, this game always forces me to do things I don't want to do. We must start by looking into Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Or late Inspector Gregson's movements. Joke. Oh, Gregson. I never imagined I might have to be investigating an inspector's movements. Inspector the inspector. Well, according to this entry in his diary, he was carrying out an incognito investigation of the Red-Headed League the day before his death. Oh! You mean he was doing the same as Harley? Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes was trying to apply, whereas the inspector was supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the inspector who went to investigate the Red-Headed League that day wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil, in possession of Gregson's identification.
Huh. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing it? Yes!
That's what I said, Iris! I too thought it was establishing an alibi. Because, like, if Vigil was like, oh, yeah, during that time when Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, he was still seen alive. I was seen by other people doing other things, therefore I couldn't be his murderer. Iris, you and I, same brain. Although I don't know if it's supposed to be like a proud thing to have the same brain as a 10-year-old. But Iris is a smart 10-year-old.
Oh, hello, Miss G. Hello. Welcome.
We are continuing our Ace Attorney Hellho. Welcome. Oh! My! Yes! You're absolutely right, Iris! Why would Gregson need an alibi? Renowski, you dumb slut! Not Gregson! Daily! Oh! Wait. Oh, wait! No, I take it back. Renowski, you're not dumb slut. Renowski, you make good points. Gregson could also have been, because he was paying Daily to like basically act as himself in places, like in public places. So I guess Gregson could have been also using him to establish an alibi for himself in all those other cases. It's just that in this particular case, I don't think Gregson needed an alibi.
No pokey dumplings. She called out.
Yeah, I am a. I admit it. That was a. I did jump the gun there. I am a dumb idiot. It is I, a moron.
Well. This girl is most definitely guilty. I feel like at this point, you're just pointing at everyone. You're like, everyone is guilty.
Although I guess if you accuse everyone of being guilty, you're bound to be correct sooner or later.
Okay. Let's see. It would appear that the inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless lover of fish and chips.
But perhaps they were. But perhaps they were seasoned with something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. They were seasoned with crime and mystique.
Everyone in the room is guilty? Every single person in this room is guilty of looking at...
I mean, if you look at a person, you're bound to get an eyeful, you know? Well, not an eyeful.
a glimpse. Because, you know, what is boob but part of a person? I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies?
Well, anyway, if Lord Van Zykes felt the need to investigate Gregson...
Yes, I agree. We must try to find out what he knows.
Oh, and how's Mr. Vigil? Not dead yet?
Vigil, you say? Isn't that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday?
Yeah, you're right. We found the husband. Yay.
That's right. To ask Mr. Sholmes if he would help her find her missing husband.
Only Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? St. Bartholomew's?
Ah! St. Sinner's!
Wait, that's the one where, the coroner's at, right?
Ah, it's St. Sinner's.
I'm starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down.
That's amazing, Bruno! He found the lady's husband already!
Well, I suppose I have. By accident.
Take the money, they're rich.
Well, maybe not rich, but the lady thinks she has money, so I'm sure she can spare something.
And 10 years ago, while Mr. Vigil was the chief warder at the prison, he was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No!
So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed.
Sometimes I really don't want to grow up.
Oh, Iris. Oh, sweetheart. Guilty? Walking the judge hammer. I love how Misty has upgraded from like, you know, announcing everyone, like accusing everyone of being guilty, to straight up being judge, jury, and maybe next executioner. Just taking the law into your own hands. Declared guilty now. There's more. For 10 years after that, while he was ostensibly working as a peddler, he also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be his stand-in, to impersonate the inspector.
To impersonate Gregson? But why?
I have absolutely no idea.
Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Bruno.
Me? No, never. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me.
That means he has other ties to that means he has other ties to the professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you?
Back to St. Sinner's then.
Okie dokie. You're guilty, you're guilty.
It's like no, that's like Oprah at the end of a show. You get a car, you get a car. Except it's Misty saying, you're guilty, you're guilty, you're guilty. Everyone's guilty. Alive, dead, who cares? You're all guilty to me.
Oh, well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris, you're even more enthusiastic today than usual. If anyone has anything to hide, I Special Wilson shooting iron.
Shooting iron? Shooting iron? Iron. Is that a bullet or like a bolt? Is that an actual weapon? Iris?
If anyone has anything to hide, a Special Wilson shooting iron will soon set him straight.
That water pistol? Oh, it's a water pistol, thank God. Oh, it's okay. I said thank God too soon.
It's stuck full of a piping hot, extra special blend of mine.
I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. I'd better be careful not to hide anything. Well, it does feel a little strange for Mr. Sherman's to be nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out.
Yes!
Alright, we got a gaggle of girls. Let's move out. Prison for life? What? Dead? Prison for death? I mean, what is the afterlife but a prison for all eternity, right? Oh, we can go to the STRONGHART. Bitch ass. Alright. Oh, we can't go directly to say hi to. Because I wanted to go see Van Zykes first, but I guess that's not available. We have to go to STRONGHART first? Let's go to Vigil first then. Oh wait, sorry, my bad. I forgot that he was probably still in prison. I was looking for Lord Van Zykes' office. No, he's in prison. My bad. Sorry, dude. Forgot you being held on accused of murder. Sucks, kinda sucks, dude.
Lord Van Zykes is reading. Look. He doesn't seem like he wants any visitors, does he?
But he must have noticed that we're here, surely. Maybe if we speak louder, he'll look at us. Wait. Oh my god, that's so— wait, can you guys see that? On Iris's bag? It's like a little rabbit with like a little bear that looks like Hurley and Iris. Oh my god, that's so precious. Oh my god, that's so precious. Look at that. Did she make that herself? Oh, Iris, I love you.
Van Zykes, hello. Ah, there you are.
Gonna get a bit dark. Already cremated? Miss G, you're getting out of hand. No, you can't. Not everyone's guilty. No, no, no. Calm down. Please restrain yourself. What do you Nipponese want? That's no way to greet a lawyer who's trying to say. He's trying his hardest to prove your innocence, is it? Yeah, we're literally trying to help you, asshole. Oh. Perhaps not. Growth. Growth. Oh, Growth! He's being nicer to us. Oh my god. He apologized and called me by name in the same breath? Oh, Barak, I'm so proud of you. I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Van Zykes, speaking earnestly. The fuck will live in London for the first time in months tomorrow.
This does feel very, very strange. Oh my gosh, he's being nice to me. I'm so happy. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you. Ah. Immediately insults me. Okay, never mind. I'll take it back, bitch.
He's like, I am not siding with the guilty ones.
But have you considered that if everyone's guilty, then perhaps you two, Miss Chi, are not free of sin? Perhaps you two are riddled with guilt? Ever turn the what? The scrying glass on yourself, huh? Think on that. But fucking Van Zykes, come on. Can't you be nice to me for more than 2 seconds? Not by you. By your fellow Nipponese. Your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yeah. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to be entirely at the mercy of the two of you. I suppose. I was just gonna say it's karmic retribution, asshole. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Play the part? Yeah, I guess he did lean into it. Rather than being like, oh no, it's not me. He was like, yes, there is a curse. Do not cross me. I am the Reaper. Blah. Or something. Probably something more dignified, but you know.
You're guilty, but you're also the judge. So I'm guilty? Michi. Everyone knows nobody is a fundamental part of the law is that no one is above the law. If you're guilty, you must sentence yourself also. Dun dun dun. Will the man just unalive the police officer right in front of me? Probably innocent.
A corrupt system you're running, Mischi. A corrupt system indeed. Oh man.
There we go. Let's have a talk. The Reaper's identity.
You once told me you gladly followed people to... Followed? Where'd I get that from? You gladly allowed people to believe you were the Reaper.
Because it helped reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London.
If keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause, a cause I myself am committed to pursuing, then why would I choose to say anything? But the henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. And that was just the most recent of many attempts in your life, wasn't it? Someone is clearly profiting from your silence about all this. Someone's using you!
Strongheart. It's fucking Strongheart, I bet.
Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, to expose the organization.
So you're aware that it's a joint cause? Oh! It's a whole organization?
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean
the phone call is coming from inside the house.
someone at Scotland Yard is involved.
Oh wait, is that why he was investigating Gregson? Because he suspected him to be part of the Reaper? Oh my gosh.
Why don't you suspect Strongheart? I feel like he's in a better position, and he has motive because he wants to be the ace attorney. He wants to be the acest of attorneys.
Fuck, Attorney General, that's the word. Mischi, you're just openly admitting
you're just openly admitting the corruption now. You are the law? Mischi, you're no longer a judge. That you're straight up a dictator now. Are we watching a Mischi megalomaniac arc? Like, is that what we're witnessing right now? Climbing on top of the cell tower? I see. Oh gosh. Oh, we've skipped from rulers to law to sorry, we skipped from law straight to God. That developed quite quickly. I'm speechless. Mischi, please come to your senses. Come down from there before you hurt yourself.
Someone you can't mean.
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization. Tobias Gregson.
Wait, so you have evidence? Gregson, no. No!
Gregson? No, I don't think that's true. No. I'm gonna pull you right to the bars, and I'm gonna fucking shake you like a goddamn. I don't know. What do you shake? What do people shake?
Milkshake?
You don't actually shake milkshakes though. I'm gonna shake you like pulped orange juice before I drink it. Fuck you, Van Zykes, come on! Gregson! No, not Gregson.
Doggy dumplings,
Why are you making that face? If he wasn't as pure as you. No! He ate fish and chips! He has to be pure! He ate fish and chips! No, Gregson! No, it can't be Gregson. It has to be someone else. No, I'm in denial. No. I don't think so. I know, it couldn't be Gregson. No. Okay. Gregson's secret? Do you have evidence? So, the reason you were investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intended to expose him as the Reaper? As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. But there's no doubt that Gregson is a key member of the organization. Gregson was a key member of the organization?
No, was Gregson working with fucking STRONGHART too?
See, I think it has to be fucking STRONGHART. Because STRONGHART... Wait, where is he? Here it is. Because STRONGHART's right-hand man, or woman, was the coroner, the chief coroner. So it would have been so easy to be like, oh yes, this was an accidental death. When it like you have a body with like 3 bullet wounds, and then the coroner says, accidental death. Like, no one's gonna look into that. Especially when the coroner had such a like squeaky clean reputation, basically. So that's why I still think it's him. But Gregson? Were you in on it?
No.
Doesn't eat fish and chips?
Fish and chips. Fish and chips.
I mean, however the British people say. I'm so guilty. Every buff villain. Yeah, this guy looks super guilty, right? Asshole.
Ugh. But was Gregson actually in on it?
Was Gregson actually in on it? Oh. I don't believe it.
Are you saying that Gregson? That he was behind all those awful criminals meeting their...
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. Oh no, that I can believe actually. He was a tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi. Ah, Gregson, no.
Which is why Mr. Vigil came in.
Oh, not Iris, me. Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector. Yeah, that's... When he said tactician, I was like, oh shit. Like, this just went from me being like, no, he can't be Gregson, to me being, oh, wait, no, that actually kind of tracks. Oh, no. Vigil knew nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents in Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings. So we don't actually know who carried out the killings then? Actually, I do have a name. You what?
If you can name the man, you have the true identity of the Reaper already then. Or it could be a fake name, Cisato.
Or if I can name the woman.
Oh wow, equal opportunity. I'm happy for you, Zykes. Bonk Judge Hammer looking around. Handsome one guilty? Send us a... Oh, missed you!
No! I don't think you should be bonking the Judge Hammer. I think we should be bonking you. We're trying to put you in a cell next to Van Zykes, the horny jail.
Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of... Wait. Oh my god. Oh my god, that... Wait. So... Wait. Wait. The telegram. They had all those names. Does that mean Kazuma was also in on it? And so was Dr. Wilson? What? They were all in on this like weird vigilante justice type thing? Eh? Huh? Brett, she was... But... Oh, that wouldn't matter because... I was gonna say because... But then like she was in Britain she wasn't even in Britain. But that doesn't matter because we know in the very first case we had, Van Zykes finally came out of retirement for like 5 years. So of course she wouldn't have been needed in Britain. That's why she was in Japan assassinating instead. Oh my fucking god! What the hell? It's all coming together? Yeah, it's all coming together. Asa Shin? Wait, what? Shin? We know that name. Miss Asa Shin. The true name of a terrifying killer I know only too well. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered John H. Wilson, Iris's dad. Then just when it seemed that diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction, the mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Well, I guess we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Thou shalt not bunk the bunker? The bunkie is the owner being bunk? No, I reserve firm rights to bunk whoever I so see fit. Anyway, you gotta go? Oh, Misty, are you self-bunking yourself to horny jail? That's fine. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you have a great day, morning, night, wherever you are. I hope you have a great time. Ah, Daddy Tiffy? Hello.
Famous is kind of stretching the definition.
But yes, hello, how are you? Welcome back. We are currently in the investigation process. Investigation part of this case. I guess we're continuing on from yesterday. But Van Zykes just dropped a bombshell. It like connecting like two of like the largest overarching mysteries in this series, and I'm like, holy crap, I'm still reeling. I'm reeling. Actually, Nidhi spoiled you previously. Kept Asashi instead of Aishi. Sorry about that. Okay, don't worry about it.
I mean, I can barely read to begin with. It's not a spoiler if I don't know it's a spoiler, right? I probably wouldn't have ever connected the dots, TBH.
Asashin. Aishin. God, she was part of the telegram names.
Well, does that mean Kazuma's also in part of it?
Everybody before you sleep, you wish. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Daddy Tiefling.
Do actually please go to bed. Please, I'm begging you. Please take care of yourself. Please have a good rest. don't stay here for 5 hours. No. I really appreciate you swinging by to say hi at all.
Thank you so much. I hope you have a good rest. Have sweet dreams.
Dream about I don't know, what do tieflings prefer dreaming about?
Fires, hell, brimstone.
Skulls of your enemies. I'm assuming all those things are tiefling dreams. I don't know. Sorry for generalizing, but I hope you have sweet dreams nonetheless.
Thank you.
I do hope that I would absolutely need that good luck in solving this case for reals. My 2 brain cells, they're like running out of steam. Alright, I'll see you next time. Bye bye.
Oh, Miss Naruhodo, this perhaps isn't the place to discuss.
Yes, the ears have walls. Walls? What? The ears have walls? The ears have walls?
The walls have ears, my bad.
I feel like the ears have walls would be like the polar opposite of that saying. It's like completely blocked off. No, the walls have ears. You can't trust. Can't trust shit.
Pinky, I guess. Pinky dumplings.
smacking me in my head to reset those brain cells. After that mix-up, I think I might need it. Sorry. No, of course not. We can't mention it here. The fact that she... Oh... It's not so much as we're worried about third parties. Is that we're worried about our third party. Oh, Iris. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely the man was her father. Nothing. Don't worry about it, Iris, sweetheart.
Also, Shin, I should let father know at once.
Yes, I agree. Wait, but the telegram was coded in Japanese Morse code. Was it coded in Japanese Morse code for Kazuma? Cause I have said since like day one that Strongheart and Kazuma I think were working together in some capacity. And I think I did say that he might have been working as like some sort of like vigilante force, but I didn't think he would be the Reaper because he's in Japan, you know? Like, what the hell is happening? Maybe it's mental deterioration from copium overuse?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I do not partake in copium. I speak only the truth. No copium here.
Ugh.
Okay, let's talk about Kazuma actually. Prosecute Aswagi. Kazuma, is it? Kazuma Aswagi. You say he's a friend of yours. My best friend. Or at least it was. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It was all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him. Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And I had a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless prosecution, his flawless performance very much reminded me of his father. Genshin Asogi, the professor. It's true that the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They were abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asogi was carving out a Kenka from the society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves. Ah, I see. Glad to know that, some of the murders had your seal of approval, I guess. But that's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint Van Sykes was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt.
Or do you only think that because he was your brother, and you couldn't see him for what he was? Or did he make a mistake?
Or... Wait, conspiracy. Or... Clint getting murdered wasn't actually Genshin's doing. It was a copycat who just needed to get rid of Clint. Wait. Clint's brother was the Attorney General, wasn't he? And that's the job that Strongheart wants! Strongheart. I swear to God, it's fucking Strongheart. Strongheart fucking killed him, and then blamed it on the foreigner. I guess tied it together? Like maybe Strongheart did? Did Strongheart prosecute the case? No, wait, no. Baroque prosecuted the case. But I'm almost entirely certain that Baroque said before that Strongheart greatly helped him on the prosecutor case. So he must have been using the other murders to cover up his own crimes for murdering Clint Van Sykes because he wanted his job? What? I guess people have murdered him less. Yeah, I think I'm gonna fucking write that down. I'm gonna fucking write that down. I'm gonna write that down on my list of predictions. Why that damn Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? I don't think he did. Or maybe he did? In spite of having once saved mine. I think it's a different person. Oh my gosh. But wait, you're dropping more bombs on me. He saved your life? How did that happen? Oh gosh, saving... I came here to talk about like one thing, but Baroque, you're dropping so much shit on me, holy crap. When the case is too huge, you gotta take notes, literally. There's too much stuff going on. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. That's when the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital. So Clint Van Sykes had already been killed at this point, then. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only of noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him, and they had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I've been targeted several times before already. Yeah, that's Van Sykes, alright! We got him! I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me. But just when I thought my time had come, if I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me. It was Asogi's voice, just a whisper in my ear. After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him. On suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever. The Professor. Do you feel bad prosecuting the guy who literally took a bullet for you? Brock? Just a question. Does that ever weigh on your conscience? Do you ever sleep during your rest at night? Do you ever feel your sins crawling up your back? Brock? Van Sykes? Just a question. A casual question. The fuck, dude? Sasato, you're entirely too sympathetic. I'll be tearing that bitch apart. If I were there, I would have some strong words for him. Sasato. How awful for you. All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Sykes. I'm not. That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone. Well, thank you for confiding in me. Us. There's three of us here.
The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are.
I still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper.
Neither can I. Giving assassination orders to Jaziel Brett.
I don't think he was the one giving orders, but information I can believe.
Mr. Naruhodo, let's go in and inform my father.
I'm sure our government will want to hear about...
I'm sure our government will want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I'll get to meet your daddy, Susie. Hooray!
Yes, alright. Let's head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel then. Alright, well, we're heading off to a fancy hotel. You want anything, Baroque? Some water? Some snacks? No? You good? Alright, bye. See you later, bitch.
I thought it yesterday. Oh, I thought it yesterday. I'll think it again today. This place is so princely.
It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'd think the same tomorrow, too.
My tea has a finer fragrance than whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though. Wouldn't you say?
Ah, look who we have here.
This is an unexpected pleasure.
Oops.
Oh, hello. Professor Mikotoba.
Don't you have a conference to attend?
Can't tell if your relationship with Brock
God, we're so better. Yeah, he's a person, alright. I don't know. Like sometimes, like I have like a lack of object permanence when it comes to Brock. Like when he's nice to me, I'm like, oh my gosh, what a kind person. I love him. And then the moment he says something mean, I'm like, bitch ass, stupid ass, dumb ass. Fucking can't do shit by yourself ass. 0% win streak against me ass. Fucking prosecutor. Like, I don't know. Even I can't tell if my relationship with Brock is getting better or worse.
Ah, father! Oh, is this your daddy, Susie? Oh, lovely!
What a charming young lady. And... okay, wait. This is good. We can decipher whether or not, the John Wilson that died in Japan is the same John Wilson as Iris' father, based on this guy's reaction. And you are... Wait, they just cut to black? The fuck was that?
Hello?
What? I feel like they copped... What kind of cop-out was that? They faded to black?
Ah, damn it.
Oh, really? So you're the author of the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, are you?
That's me! Iris Wilson, at your service, sir. She's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know?
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I must say I read your work regularly. And with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, father?
Is that so? Well, perhaps it goes with the same... Perhaps it goes some way to explaining that bright look in your eyes. No reaction. You wouldn't be smiling so airily if you knew just how bright she is, believe me. No reaction. Maybe it's not the same John Wilson. Maybe I'm worried for no reason. Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery after I twisted some arms. And I must say, it was a truly exemplary performance. Oh! Well, thank you very much. Although I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there. Oh, no, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me. Mind reader! What? What's the Mikotoba family in being able to read minds? Huh? Really? Furosuke! Aren't you suspicious? He read your mind. You didn't miss a step against Asogi. We all know how capable he is. Really, to mature into such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary. It's very kind of you to say so. And really nice to hear. What I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. The favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. I trust you haven't forgotten? No, I haven't forgotten at all. The favor you mentioned to me, a favor that you would ask me, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, that I would be able to, was it taking care of Susato? Because if yes, then no, I haven't forgotten. And I will always strive to help her whenever I can.
Oh! No, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, there's something to report, Father. Of course, of course. Shall we take tea while we discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jijoku has gone to. Jigoku. Was he also invited to the symposium? Minister of Foreign Affairs and Judge. Wait. Would he be in cahoots with STRONGHART anyway? Because I'm suspicious about the fact that it was a Japanese Morse code cipher. Like, why would he be in Japanese if no Japanese people are involved, right? I guess they could have just spun it on a wheel, but it seems unlikely. Is he in cahoots? Especially since he spent a large chunk of his time also as a foreign exchange student with this guy. Wait, are you also? I mean, it was a message between Britain and Japan. Yeah! Is that... Yeah, so it actually was a message specifically between Britain and Japan. Yeah, then that would... I feel like he absolutely is somehow involved. But then now I feel like I'm turning to Mischi. I'm like, everyone is guilty! You! All guilty by association! Like, is Professor Mikotoba also... Oh man, I don't know. I'm like losing it. I really wish I wrote more down, but I actually didn't write anything down, so... I wrote things down in my mind, but my mind is very prone to losing my notes, so... Yeah, let's talk about the Reaper. We think Gregson might be in on it, and therefore, we think we might be onto you. Maybe? Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? Are you perhaps involved in the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I seem guilty until proven innocent. So the opposite of what courts are supposed to do. Guilty until you can prove yourself innocent. I've heard rumors. The members of the judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was visiting a student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. Right, he didn't appear until after that case, when the visiting students had already returned home. Well then, Dykes, who was in the dock today? That was Brock, the younger brother of Kinsman Sykes, I believe. That's right, and he's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was someone else. See? So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at the works here. Exactly. Someone by the name of Asashin, in fact. Ah. Wow, this was such a revelation. My game froze for a second. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asashin? You mean that Giselle Britz woman? Who was responsible for killing my great friend? This is dangerous. Iris is right here. Oh no! A friend of yours was killed? Yeah, this is... Oh, I don't like this. Professor Mikotoba! I think perhaps we should discuss this right now. I'm making, like, cut it out motions with my hand right now. Because the friend the professor is talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. Although, if you were really good friends, you would know that Wilson had a daughter, right? So maybe it's a different Wilson. And that's not something we want Iris to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Okay, yeah, let's talk about Dr. Wilson's death. What could go wrong? I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious-looking biscuits. That was rather out of the blue. Iris, come help me! Oh, she's doing this deliberately. I I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Yes! Just try to leave me behind.
Okay. So that young girl is called Iris Wilson, is she? Does that ring a bell? Yes, that's right. And she's the author of those adventure stories starring the great detective Sholmes? But the name of the credited author isn't Iris, is it? Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, I know. It's the name of her father, you see. Father? Are you and Wilson really good friends? Dr. John H. Wilson. I was deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yuma University 4 years ago. But he was murdered last year by Giselle Britt. Why? Why would the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case, but it seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, I can't say that we ever spoke about his family. I don't know if he had a daughter or not. Were you guys friends? Were you? But I think I can say with some certainty that it was never the great detective's partner.
Oh, okay.
Different Wilson, I guess. As unlikely as it seems, different Wilson. So, it could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah.
We're back! Cinnamon biscuits! My cinnamon biscuits.
Ooh! They smell delicious.
Ooh!
They smell delicious, Iris.
I think cinnamon would go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie?
Yes.
I'm sure you're right, Iris.
God, I'm like tripping over every word because I'm still thinking about the Wilson thing. Because, like, on one hand, I'm like, oh, it could be another Wilson, you know? But on the other hand, why would they ever have brought it up if it isn't John Wilson, Iris's father? Because this is still a video game. They wouldn't dangle something like that in front of us without payoff. Like, okay, let's talk about Judge Jigoku. I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while. Have you? Guilty! That guilty is still ringing in my ears. No. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. I suppose, since the symposium's opening was postponed, he'll have gone to explore the great exhibition.
That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Jigoku having once been in the dock himself?
Ah, yes. It was all tied up with that cursed trial. The closed trial of Kazuma's father. Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand.
Oh my!
He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Although it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all right in the end. He was acquitted, and we returned home to Japan together.
Thank goodness.
Ah, yes. Talking of Seishiro, I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please.
Oh, what a lovely picture.
Oh my gosh, Rinosuke, why do you look like that?
Oh, but it is such a lovely picture. Oh my gosh. it certainly seems to shout. We arrived in Britain. Oh, we have it. Yay. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? Oh, yeah. No, that's so true. Yeah, what was the favor you asked for me? Renalski looking away from the lens has the vibe of someone who knows nothing about technology. I think it's well established that Renalski is a little bit behind the times. When they said look here and say cheese, probably just like looked, I don't know, fucking far away. Look here? Look where? Eyes darting about as usual. I'm surprised he manages to like sit still enough for it to be not blurry actually. Poor guy. So jittery. So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, this fateful trial that you're fighting, one way or another, will be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany back to Japan. Oh, we did not talk about this. We did not talk about this. You want me to what? Father! What is the meaning of this? Now, Susoto, you should understand. You've seen how our courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. You mean... Oh, he wants me to go and establish the Supreme Court of The Supreme Court of Judicature is in desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I haven't been in London even a year yet. I read all Susoto's reports. I'm well aware of your extraordinary talents. And having seen you in action with my own eyes early today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'll be leaving then, Bruno? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? Become a defense lawyer in Britain? Honestly, Susoto, you'd probably make a better defense lawyer than I would. Came here to serve as Asogi's judicial assistant. Oh, yeah, you're right. Kazuma's back in the stand. You could... We're back in court, I should say. Oh, yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. Our government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with the situation, though. It's kind of complicated when you die and come back to life. You've always chosen your own path, Susato, and I trust your judgment. In this matter, also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. It's merely a suggestion, you understand? I hope, if I'm honest, but I won't force. All I ask is they consider it, and come to a decision by the time this trial concludes. Yes, alright. He won't leave, will he, Bruno? The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out that he's still alive, so... Where does that leave me? Well, if you'll excuse me now, I need to telegram government ministers and the Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to the next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good. And please, do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? I'd love to entertain you. I will be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home? You know, Kazuma-sama has always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'll love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this.
Yes, no doubt. Asa Shin. Of course, it's so obvious. How long were you there for? Bitch! Huh? How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? What are you talking about? Mr. Sholmes?
Hurley! Where have you been?
Why? I joined you over tea, of course.
I don't think it counts as joining someone for tea if you don't announce yourself, but okay.
What an extraordinary question.
I didn't notice you at all.
No matter, no matter. Anyway, on to more pressing concerns. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I entrust the task? Quickly now, who?
Well... My father has just left. Sent a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself.
I see. Well, he looks reliable enough for a bearded fellow.
I don't think what father sports can be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes.
It's at best a mustache. What the hell is he talking about? What? Nani? Sherlock? Sherlock? There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see. Is he bearded or is he freaking? Your trusty unshaven father to see to this to see this is sent.
I will, but what is it?
No questions at this time, if you please, Mr. Sato. All we can do is pray. But for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply that your deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exact. Now then! Bitch. You may be surprised to learn that I am a very busy man. I certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrops on people's conversations. Straight up fucking admitted that he didn't join us for tea. Just freaking inserted himself. Ass.
So that's what joining us for tea meant. Spying on us.
Leave the sending of this in your hands then, my dear fellows. Oh! Wait a minute! Mr. Sholmes?
He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace.
And left the unpaid bill for his tea behind too. He fucking did a dash, didn't dash. Dickhead. Read the mood, Renosuke. That is true, he does seem very serious at the moment before Renosuke cut in.
I must catch up with father at the telegram office at once.
Can we sneak a peek? No, we can't. Okie dokie.
And I'll run and call us a cab. Straight away.
What? Why is everyone so fast? And... Oh, okay, that's why. Oh, poor Renosuke. And there was me thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. That's fine. I'm sure he has enough money to live off. Okay, now let's finally go and see if Mr. Vigil is good. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3.
This is the ward where Mr. Vigil was born, apparently.
Wait, isn't this the same as St. Bartholomew's? Damn, all the hospitals look the same. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. He looks okay. The lawyer. Hello again.
Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, thanks to you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry to have caused you to spiral. I mean, it was because of me. If I hadn't exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. You just missed him. Oh! Cosmo beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to see myself as well.
You mean about your dismissal?
Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as his stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. So perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts for 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped the professor escape 10 years ago! It wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil! I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... if possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I need to get all this off my chest. I want someone to tell me what I should have done. Man, I feel bad for this guy. Okay, what was Gregson's request? Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something that even Scotland Yard didn't know about. Details about the Reaper's marks? Yeah. It was when he had to carry out these investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him.
You pretended to be the inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf?
Oh, no, never! A common street peddler couldn't possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do was go to the specified locations and make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here.
So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident?
Yes. He asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for the Red-Headed League event. So, as usual, I flashed Inspector's identification around, and was very vocal about my presence.
But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters.
Yes. So, you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification and generally being loud? That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes.
Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though.
As you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me.
Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however.
We had arranged to meet in the Fresno Street room at 5 that day, so I could report back to the inspector. But at the agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot.
Okay. There's an escape.
It was at midnight on the 17th of June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. But the professor's execution never actually took place, did it?
Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to effect the plan of escape. I hardly dare to imagine what a chilling plan it was.
Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned.
Hair pieces, wigs.
I have no idea. Oh, Renosuke, do you know? I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins into which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct?
Damn, Renosuke, you smart. Holy shit.
Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Lowgate Cemetery, just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin. Okay, so basically, using the coffin as like a means of transport is pretty smart. The member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. I would wait in the adjacent room for where the condemned criminal was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. I'm assuming... Wait. So now we know for sure that... What's her name? It wasn't Catherine, was it? I forgot. I forgot her name. But, you know, from the last case, the coroner from the last case, she was in on it 10 years ago as well.
Courtney Stevens.
The procedure was that I would sign the paperwork, having checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut.
Oh, no!
I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed my deputy must have checked the coffin, nailed it shut before I arrived. This is literally one of the most important executions like ever, and you didn't double check? Dude, come on, that's kind of on you. So you mean the coffin contained
a live specimen?
Yes. I can only imagine that Asogi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery.
Presumably, there would have been enough air inside to breathe for long. There wouldn't have been? Presumably there wouldn't have been enough air inside to breathe for long. Yeah.
So in the early hours following the burial, someone dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free.
But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder?
I'm afraid I really don't know. To say with certainty, all I can say with certainty are two things. Also, he couldn't possibly have escaped that way without help for someone working inside the prison. And that somebody was not me.
Professor Mukotoba? He was working in the adjacent hospital, wasn't he?
And the coroner must have been... Was he the acting coroner? No, he wasn't the acting coroner. So they were all in cahoots, I guess. The convict... Obviously, he knew the man then. The professor, I mean. Genshin Asogi. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I had with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it?
It was a time of delicate diplomacy, when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant that this potentially destabilizing case had to be dealt with swiftly and discreetly.
The man had less than a week in total. I was a chief warder. I oversaw his short stay in the cells until his final hour. I remember being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience.
What do you mean exactly?
He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman, a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 men of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I am guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes.
So not all 5. He admitted to murder, but not all 5, huh?
The following day, the closed trial took place, and the verdict was no surprise. Guilty. Last night, he was brought back to his cell. I saw something unusual.
Something unusual? What?
The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Last will and testament?
Was it spicy? As I said, it was on the night following his trial, after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds in his cell, and when I looked into Asogi, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand.
Ah,
His last will and testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back.
but why did you find that so unusual? Isn't it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Spicy? Yeah, spicy, like with secrets and stuff. Wait, what do you think spicy? I don't mean spicy erotic.
I don't think you can make a will spicy that way. Oh, maybe you could.
I don't know.
I haven't thought about it.
I meant spicy, like with secrets.
Yes, that's true. There are special conditions to Asogi's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him, with one exception.
Oh, the family sword?
Karuma? Really? He was allowed his things? That's unusual, certainly. Of course, he had been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy, but at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't needlessly be uncomfortable.
And what are the exceptions you mentioned to the personal effects he was allowed?
That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials.
Oh,
Wait, so was he allowed his sword then? Specifically, no pens or paper.
so he was prevented from leaving any written record of what had happened to him?
That's kind of sus. Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials would have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back and then he pleaded with me. Or did you just hide behind your back? Please, please, turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. If you just agree to keep quiet. Alright then. What's on that paper? Last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have now.
How can a will be a weapon? I don't know. Maybe the will is like, hey, check out this cool safety deposit box I have somewhere. And then you open it up and boom! Crucial evidence that proves him innocent. Something like that, you know? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing. And I let him keep his will. You know, I thought this guy would have killed Gregson, but now I'm rethinking it. He seems nice. But later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that it isn't the end of the story, this mysterious will. Ah, the will's disappearance. I was the only person who saw Asogi's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Asogi's execution.
Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak.
The warders gathered up Asogi's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. Typical Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right. Although I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Kaiden was livid, he was screaming. Ikane had disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense though, does it? Because if he wasn't supposed to have writing materials, how would the director know that he had a will? Renosuke, come on, keep up. In what way? Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how did the prison governor know to look for it? Oh, yes! You're right! I really don't know how he knew, but it certainly seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he didn't refer to it as a will. What he said was... the Asogi papers. The Asogi papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal and the way you blocked it from your memory. I'd forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... Oh, no, not at all. Thank you again. What will become of you now? Oh, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. This kinda sucks. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. That was all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? Well, what is it? The Asogi papers. Do you remember something else? I'd be very grateful if you make no mention of things. I told you about them. Presumably for some good reason? It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I'd remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. Yeah, I don't want to get this guy assassinated, so I'm not gonna talk about it, I guess. What sort of will that Genshin... Oh, some sort of will that Genshin Asogi penned before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps it had something to do with his plan to escape? If there's anyone who might know more about the document that Kasuma's father left behind, he'll be Mr.
Vigil's governor. defeated. And we know precisely where we must go. Back to Barclay Prison.
Poor sap. Alright, let's go.
Yep.
What a strange connection to this place, knowing it's where my father studied all those years ago. Yeah. Yeah, so it is. Mikitopa was at St. Sinner's. Where is it?
Ah, here it is. Hello, sir.
Oh, back again, are ya? Yes. Hello. I've heard about your investigations. Read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil? Yes, luckily. Well, anywho, the lad didn't work here no more, so your case is not to do with Barclay. Oh, when they like you, to get the wrong idea about that. Oh, of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so...
Yes, we've seen his dismissal. We've seen his... Wait a minute, wow. Yes, we've seen his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, Kinner. Kimmer? You kin pretty well.
So how a bit of wee handcuff biscuit? Oh, they really are like little handcuffs. And hard as irons, too.
So, what's brought you down here today? Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually. That's so. I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Asoki's cell. I think it's been called the Asoki Papers or something. Man. Freaking Daily Vigil. Oh, please don't tell anyone about this. Us. Okay. Immediately go and ask someone about it. Not even casually, too. Just outright. Did I know, say, Gregson's death had nothing to do with things that might have happened at Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fruit about with irrelevant details. His expressions changed completely. We're clearly onto something here.
Let's talk. 10-year-old legacy.
That murderer's botched execution. The whole miserable escape. Though Barclay's darkest hour, eh? Aye? A shocking embarrassment. Because the convict had a collaborator in the prison staff, you mean? Aye. For shame. The coroner who confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Seath. Seath? And my chief war at the time, Vigil, was charged with the whole affair.
Mr. Vigil says that he didn't know anything about it.
Rascal, and say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how can I say no? You can never have too much iron in your diet.
You absolutely can, but that's beside the point.
When Mr. Vigil was handed his dismissal notice as a result of what had happened, he was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
Anything I like to say? That's just Vigil trying to get out of it. I don't know. You think you would wanna jump from the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do. You wouldn't say otherwise, though, would you? Of course. Can I shut responsibility myself? Or shouldn't I let him deceive me? Actually, there's barely anyone that knows what went on at the time now. When Grimson had been murdered, the seat forbidden from having any visitors.
Oh, she's forbidden? No visitors. Someone obviously doesn't want her giving anything away.
STRONGHART!
Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
And I wouldn't dream of sending you packing with Lord Kimmer. Here! Take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it would be rude to say no. Wouldn't want to become anemic.
I suppose anybody might know
about what happened back then? It'll be last in the forensic division. Mariah Gorey! She's the current coroner. Sorry, not Mariah. Maria. Aye. His daughter? She didn't have no more? Just one? The wee Burns followed her mom's footsteps. Didn't see her with that scalpel in her hand. Ah! I knew she would come back, but not like this. Why is her name completely different? Mama, what is this? Yeah, what? Where did she spring from? And did she just call the doctor Mama? How old is she even? That's the size daughter, Maria Gorey. We could do with talking to her. Gorey. So, she's Dr. Sai's daughter, but her surname is Gorey? Aye, there's some family history, I'm sure, but I didn't know about ins and outs of it. She grew up watching her mom work with the bodies of folk who died in strange circumstances, and decided to do the same with her own life. And I understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. Anywho, she's in charge of Gregson's autopsy, I believe.
Yeah, she was.
Right, the coroner was responsible for this incomplete report. We finally get to talk to her. Someone told me once, the wee lassie always loved the mum's stories about cut up bodies. Even a rumour, she used to listen to the funeral march as a lullaby. What's a funeral march?
Oh, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy from the case 10 years ago.
Aye, say there's a fighting chance at least. After all, a life-changing case for all of us. We need to speak to Miss Gorey herself about this, I think. Well, thank you very much. You're no happy about any part of this? Took years of Londoners to finally forget the whole professor business. You know, get up on this, laddie. Stop asking pointless questions. I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone. You know, just say away, no. Just leave me alone and didn't come back here, eh? Okay. One last thing before I go, though. Asogi papers? How'd you come about that, laddie? No folk here. Oh, there are not many folk here in the prison who heard of those papers. Ah, well. A little birdie told me.
I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
We've been led to believe the papers are actually a lost will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshin Asogi's. Hey, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy. Oh, that's the end of the silent treatment? But then, after the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it? Heavens no! You're off the half-cock there. I think you didn't get your facts quite straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been. Oh! Not what we heard elsewhere. Oh, did we get access to it? Maybe if a wee hook around here. I'm sure I can find it. Aye. Here you are. See? The lost will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Written with a calligraphy brush. Of course, I didn't read a word of the Japanese wiggles. But Amina says that he leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back at his homeland. No one read it? Because it was in Japanese? That seems rather negligent.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it.
So these are the Asogi papers? Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asogi, no doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After this Daramash should slice her of an execution, he sent the man's position back to his clan, Japan. And that was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case.
Yep, let's just steal that casually, no worries about it. And let me take a quick gander at that as well. One thing before you away, Miss Naruhodo. Oh, yeah? His papers. A lot to do with Gregson's death. I preferred if he didn't make no mention of them outside his office. Or rather, I wouldn't just prefer it. Consider it an order from the highest level of our government. All the Japanese-speaking people were scared away by Barack. They just guessed, like, oh, we think it probably means just, like, get back all the stuff, it's fine. Wait, conspiracy to the highest level of government? I understand. I, Genshin Asogi, hereby request that upon my death, any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son, Kazuma Asogi, in Empire Japan. It is with deep sadness I accept this fate in the foreign land. In the lodge I'll never see my home found, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. This doesn't say anything. I understand. Okay. Does Karuma have something to do with it then? Okay. Where else could we go? Should we go to STRONGHART and ask him about the will? Kazuma! It's fucking my lad's dual building. I love him. I love him so much. No arguments, Prosecutor Asogi. You will continue with the trial exactly as I instructed. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama! Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. He never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asogi. My lord.
Hey, buddy. Kazuma.
Yeah, Kazuma. Eh? Not a word? Oh. He left without saying a word. Cold shoulder. Hurts my feelings. Yes. What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions if you wouldn't mind. One Van Zyke's trial is concluded today. But Prosecutor Asogi's unwelcome inquiries are going to take longer than necessary. Unwelcome inquiries? As a result, I'm losing even more precious time. Only 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43.
Oh, you waste less time if you stop counting then, you dickhead. Then we must resolve everything before 3 hours has passed, Miss Naruhodo.
In a miraculous, not even 5 minutes? Anyway, I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Right. Time to talk. Does Prosecutor Asogi believe that Lord Van Zyke is the Reaper? I don't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful close trial, Lord Van Zyke made a name for himself among the judiciary. The next trial he fought, he lost. It meant the ringleader of a criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. But that's awful! The man's freedom was short-lived. He lasted just 3 days.
Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe.
Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. And people believe Lord Van Zyke was responsible? He was brought to trial himself, and it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nonetheless, mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences.
Well, the Reaper's true identity may well be revealed by this trial.
And the impact of the revelation will have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial?
Precisely. So confused. Do they think that maybe he was, and maybe if he wasn't, reason why it's a closed trial is because of Gregson's involvement? What the hell, Strongheart? You fucking dickhead asshole! I'm gonna fucking kill you. I swear to God.
Oh, hello, Ela. Good morning. Welcome.
We're currently grilling the Lord Justice Strongheart for information, and God, I still hate him so much. I swear to God, he's at the crux, the heart of this conspiracy. I swear to God.
You've only just awoken?
Well, I'm hoping you had a good sleep then. Our country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the professors? The trial of Genshin Asogi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally you were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Yeah, that's where he was going to be. He totally fucking killed Clint, okay? Like, I feel like it was absolutely him. Van Zykes entreated me to relinquish that prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later, with the son of the man. Oh, with the son of the man Van Zykes had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem that a new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. I mean, yeah, you should know Brunosuke. Kazuma's trying to find out what happened to his father. And why that happened to his father. Kazuma is? Unlike my organization runs smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single clog being out of step with others. Ah, so that's what all these gigs are. Gigs? Gigs? What all these
Yeah, oh my god, twice. That. Ah, so that's what all these gears are about in here.
If the young man refuses to mesh with other parts of my great machine, he will be beaten out. I will be forced to take steps. See, this is why I think he's a bad guy. No good guy is like this. What do you mean? Not something for which you need to concern yourself? In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Man. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that's a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. I was here for 5 minutes! What the hell? Even though we miraculously managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? Dick? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Professor Asogi. Discussions between defense and prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I will make an exception in this case. Now go. You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Oh, let's go and see him at once. It's Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but I'm really not at all sure I know how to talk to him at this moment. Oh, who cares? Let's just go and talk to him. Where? Here. Here? Ah, is this... Yeah, it's Van Zykes', it's Van Zykes' office. It's now Kazuma's office.
Can Vine try and Pilk? 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 What the fuck is Pilk? Pilk?
Wait, I feel like I've heard of this.
Pilk.
Is that milk? Comment Pepsi milk.
No! Bleh, piss and milk! Even worse!
Punishment for failing that one case last game. No, shit. Pepsi and milk. It's funny because I'm actually drinking Pepsi like right now. I guess I can also. I guess I can add milk to this. I take it back. Piss and milk? No. Not gonna. Where am I gonna get piss from? I guess I can sauce it, but like, do I want to? I don't want to. Grab the milk? No, I don't want to ruin this glass of Pepis with milk. And this Pepis already has like. No, milk wouldn't be milk. No, that sounds stupid, Karas. Do demons piss? Yes, it's pure fire. It's just like a entire stream of hellfire. Just a big fat stream of hellfire. Very hot. Burns every time. Some people like it. The closest I can imagine like is like a spider, or you have like a soda with ice cream in it, which is okay, I guess. Sounds like a yes. No, not a UTI. It's just literal hellfire. It's just how it is. Oh my gosh. Well, I can't tell you this. Well, you guys taught me about pilk, so that I feel like that's a tit for tat, you know? We're even. Demons of permanent UTI solid. Yeah, we're creatures of torture after all. What's better torture than a permanent UTI? No, No, I'm not gonna add I only have like a mouthful of this Pepsi left anyway, so I don't think. Maybe I will buy some like nice actually carbonated Pepsi, because the one I have right now is kind of like super like flat, and I'll try pilk, I guess. I don't. Wouldn't it just turn chunky? Oh, customer has no diorama. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asogi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Yes, he stole someone's office. That's great. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style in that dark corner. It's his habit of sitting stasis style whenever he's working. Ah, there he is. Kazuma. I thought it wouldn't be long before he paid me a visit, Minosuke. Did he steal Baroque's theme as well? No, this is an orchestral remix of his theme. Is it? It's different. Oh, this is nice though. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? Thought you have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you'd fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. I just never imagined for 1 second that I'll be as a prosecutor. Not Baroque's theme? Yeah, no. But like when it first started, I was like, huh, this orchestral fact. I'm like, wow. Did he steal not only Baroque's office, but his song?
Fun fact, if you carbonate milk, it tastes off because the carbon dioxide binds to the chemicals in the milk, turning the milk acidic without the milk going off. Yeah, because, when you carbonate things, there's always a bit of an acidic tang to it. So like, imagine if you carbonate milk, it'll be kind of fucked up feeling. Also, can you even carbonate milk? Because won't the fats in the milk like stop it from like properly carbonating? I don't know. But like, I can't imagine carbonated milk. That's super classed. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom so gallantly, realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. And I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Rinosuke, I've always thought it would be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. This isn't quite how I envisioned it, but I suppose it's just another twist of fate. I've learned a lot of things during my time in London. About how Sato-san's father himself was a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. You can't carbonate it, but tastes off. Makes me want to try it, because I have a soda stream, even though like the instructions are like, don't carbonate anything other than water. I'm always like, can I carbonate my own juice? Can I carbonate my own milk, perhaps? I can't imagine turning out well. Kazuma really grew up with Susato and calls her judicial assistant Mikotoba. Yeah, it's so cold, right? Full title, last name, probably honorific. Like, damn, she's literally a childhood friend. Then you have no difficulty understanding why I had no choice. Why I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish. Ryosuke Naruhodo. Oh no! I got demoted too! I got demoted to full name. Do it? Copy the milk? No! I'm worried it might like really mess up the actual like the machine, and then they're not gonna refund me because I broke terms and conditions if I do that. Carbonated milk. I actually might Google it. I might Google it to see if someone else has tried it before and if it like hasn't completely fucked up. Because if it's like okay, then I'll do it myself. It's kind of like microwaving like peeled grapes. You can like completely fuck up your microwave with it. So like, I'll see if someone else has tried it first. Why take the risk, right? They're basically siblings and he's so formal with it. Right? Okay, let's talk. It's getting on for a year now. Since what happened on the SS Burial. We were heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. When a bizarre set of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I had lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I awoke, I was lying in a bed. It was a narrow little room. There was a cozy of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize that I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room, and I headed up to deck. Were you already suffering from amnesia at this point? Yes. I didn't know what had happened, or where I was. There was just this voice in my head. We have something to do. Something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. Single-minded to a fault. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on the deck, I saw that I was on a huge steamship. It was docked in a large port. It must have been Hong Kong. Yes, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry a body off the ship. I had no idea of the situation, but I did have the feeling that this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. Then I disappeared into the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. Yeah, okay, let's talk about your journey to Britain, I guess. Just under a year ago, all my past memories lost to me. I was left behind in Hong Kong. Left behind? You left yourself! What the hell? Everything was foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realized now that I had escaped as a dead man, with nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. On the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand on a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived in Dover. It must have been some 3 months ago now. Your formidable tenacity of purpose showing itself again. I mean, the man had lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. But he still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I moved heaven and earth to get here at the point. So, how did you end up becoming Lord Van Zyke's apprentice then? That can only be called extraordinary stroke of luck, really. You see, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. It took me straight to Scotland Yard. And by sheer coincidence, Lord STRONGHART was there to attend a meeting. That's when the second feather in my cap came into play.
That would have been your knowledge of law?
Yes, exactly. Lord STRONGHART was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law.
He should have recognized your face, I feel.
Fucking fucker's lying. Bitch ass STRONGHART. Bitch heart. Ass heart. Fuck, I don't know. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Trevor. Yes, I did. Your father then. Ever since I first met you at Yume, you talked about your dream. Mark my words, Renosuke. I'll be chosen as a visiting student and make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? 16 years ago.
Sorry. Oh. Sorry. I mean, we don't know if STRONGHART ever saw a picture of Kazuma.
That's true. I guess that's true. I don't know. I feel like when you're applying to be a student, there should be like a picture, because photos are a thing now, right? Why wouldn't there be an identification picture?
Ugh,
sorry. Sniffles. When my father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain, I was just a boy. We took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unswerving sense of justice. 6 years after he left, a gentleman called at our family home. He told me that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It was Professor Mikotoba, your father, Susato.
Oh my!
Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He even helped to fund my university education at Yume. I'll be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me.
Oh.
Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it, assuming it was an old acquaintance of my father. What I read in that letter changed my entire life. What did it say? Who sent it? What was the letter? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, and the writer cursed the Asogi name.
Oh no!
As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. STRONGHART! I bet it was for fucking STRONGHART. I bet STRONGHART sent it because he's a dickhead. Fuck him. Letter from Britain. Presumably, the letter was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If whoever it was hadn't been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at a closed trial. The letter revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry you had to find out that way. I imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. But someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem.
But still, it could have been written by anyone. Why would you believe such a thing?
There was a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I've ever heard of the professor and his terrible killing spree.
Well, What did my father have to say about the letter?
Oh, you didn't tell him, did you? No. I couldn't bring myself to show it to him.
What? Why not?
Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by fatal illness.
Anything weird about it happening? Fine, strong.
Strongheart! Yeah, I'm like the dad in Fairly Odd Parents. Dinkelberg. It's fucking Dinkelberg. It's fucking Strongheart. Has to be him. I hated him since day one. If he turns out to be a good guy, I'll fucking drink pilk. That's what I'll do. I'll drink an entire glass of pilk. That's fucking... Because that's how confident I am that he's bad, okay? It couldn't have been easy for him. And he'd done it out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter. Judge Jugoku.
I don't trust him either. Fuck.
To the other visiting student, he faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just laughed the letter off. But in that moment, I saw it on his face. He was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily, for recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief, and she too passed away. That's when I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I would cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. The truth about my father, Kichin Asogi. And I wouldn't let anyone stand in the way.
Kazuma-sama.
What we learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It was an impressive piece of lawyering, Runosuke Naruhodo.
No, why have I been demoted? Just call me Runosuke. Like we used to be friends. Come on.
I'm so mad. Well, Van Zykes isn't the Reaper, you know? I almost don't want to believe in myself, but it turns out that Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was... It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity. It's clear that the Inspector was behind the Reaper's activity all along? What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Strongheart! Yes, Barak Van Zyk's the real Reaper. Ugh, missed slightly, go a little bit higher. And I know that 10 years ago, it was him who decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave.
No! He was merely seeing that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame.
Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. Was the tool they used to do it.
Guns don't kill people, people kill people. Is that the logic you're saying? Like, I guess you're right. Like,
You misdirecting. It's not him. I don't think it's Barak, mate. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. But I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Kazuma, boy, have I got bad news for you. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper.
wait, can I present? Asogi papers? Kazuma, what do you make of this?
Nope, he doesn't actually care about it. Okay. Fine. Don't like it, asshole. We haven't got any actual proof of what this individual said to us, do we? Apart from this.
I guess we'll move on. Let's see.
Is there anywhere else we have to visit? Are we sure we've asked everyone new to Mr. Naruhodo? Should we have presented something else?
Oh, can we ask about the
Can we ask about Maria Gori? Is that how we asked about it though? Yeah, okay, there we go. This came up in the trial, didn't it? Something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion you came up with certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's certainly a distinct possibility. The evidence and the scene both point to it. To be honest, it bothered me too. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. Ah, what'd you find? The coroner responsible wasn't there, but I got a name. It's Dr. Gori. Yes, it's written on the report, Kazuma. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, I'd very much like to speak with the coroner too. Of course. The last thing I want is for anyone to be brushed under the carpet. Or anything? What do you say? Ah, anything, my bad. Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory is behind Lowgate Cemetery. By Barclay Prison, you mean? Ah, you know it, do you? The prison is where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Sama-sama. Well, thank you. We'll pay a visit to the laboratory later today. Or right now, I guess. Runosuke, I want to thank you. What for? For this. Beam. Oh, Kazuma. You safeguard the soul of the Aswagi clan. Well, it is a famous soul that's been in your family for generations. Is there something in the cap? Something in the hilt? Something in the... God? Something hidden? Papers? In the wrappings? Can you unwrap it? If you unwrap it, is it gonna be words? My only slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karama is said to have been forged by Master Swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. I came from a long lineage of warriors, many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well, then you're a chip of the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karama, is the symbol of the Aswagi clan's honor and might. Apparently, one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Apprentices took the blade's name as a surname. Oh my gosh, Poké Dumplings, I remember you told me Karama was the last name for the Von Karmas in the English version. Oh my gosh, so this game is setting up the Von Karmas to also be related to the Aswagi clan. They were legal apprentices, I assume? Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Yeah, they're saving Mad made me so bad. Yeah! Damn! Karama? That does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, my father was a visiting student here in London. He had this sword forever at his side. Which is why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now too. And that it's all thanks to you. It was an honor. Don't know when the sword turned into tasers and whips though. You gotta modernize. The Von Karmas knew that. You just had to modernize. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Perhaps I've said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Runosuke. I haven't changed at all. It is you who's changed. You sure about that? I can completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zykes given what happened, but the fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you wanted to say? How can you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. The man is the Reaper. It's for that reason it's for that reason that the inspector was killed. I'm going to prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. Hey, can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. I would expect nothing less. Until tomorrow then, in the Old Bailey. Okay. Right, let's get to the... I've been wanting to talk to Maria Gori since day... Oh, she's already redecorated. Glad that she's making herself comfy and at home, I guess. This place really is creepy, isn't it?
Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of spirits and unsuspected. But actually, there's a rather pleasing scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death.
Iris? Do you think we could change the subject? Okay. What was that? Sounds like someone using a whetstone to sharpen something?
Ah, there she is.
Dr. Gori? Right.
What?
That noise before. Oh, knew it. She was sharpening her tools.
I was sharpening my tools. I'll be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them.
Right.
When following the collagen fibers of dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese.
Would you like a demonstration?
Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then I think you'll do nicely.
Huh? No! I know I won't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time.
Is she Hime?
Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Alright, let's talk.
Time of death.
We have actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You said you wanted to cut me up.
You're not dead yet.
What?
So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that.
Well, good. Mommy? No, I think she's like a child. But she does, that double wielding is like very powerful, I do have to agree. Dr. Scythe has some scruples at least. Oh, Dr. Scythe was mommy though. Very good. I wish we could see her again.
Oh dear, it feels like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway.
For the time being? You mean until we die? I hope it's a ways off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Surely there's some less drastic way of making her listen. You have to present her something? You have like a bloody chunk of meat or something? Like, just to entice her with? Or do you have to find something? I can't imagine. Can we examine? Yeah, let's check out Voodoo Doll collection. This looks different to before.
Of course, Miss Naruhodo. Miss Gori is a young maiden. She has all sorts of charming little dolls, and the likes around her place of work. Look!
Oh, yes, you're right. Perhaps she's not as strange after all. No, these are voodoo dolls. Oh.
They're how I practice.
Sorry?
Mama always says the The operations in dissections require speed and accuracy.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me of my absolute favorite fun fact. Well, not fun fact. It's not a fun fact, but okay. The fastest operation ever performed took like 26 seconds and had a 300% mortality rate because the person performed I think an amputation and like a stitch up of like some fingers or something. But like they worked so quickly that they cut the fingers off their assistant as well, who then got an infection and died. The patient that they were operating on got an infection and died, and a observer was so shocked by the speed of the entire thing that he had a heart attack and died. So yeah, fastest operation ever, had a 300% mortality rate. Fatality rate?
Time to become a gravedigger? To incentivize Maria Glory.
I guess. How do we incentivize her anyway?
So take out my needle and thread and stitch 3 new dolls every day.
Oh, a seamstress. That's nice. Ah, right.
I used to make livers or kidneys or intestines. But Mama told me make something more friendly instead.
That's quite different to what I imagined. Alright. Cute little dolls. What's here? Table, set of shop tools. When you consider each in isolation, we've seen this before.
You seen all this before? Nothing new, nothing new.
Might be best not to ponder it too deeply. Wait, did we just need to show her the autopsy report and be like, hey, why is this, like, oh, what did she say?
That's Mama's dissection table, though. It's too high for me.
It is?
If I fell from that height in my sleep, it would really hurt.
You mean you sleep on here?
Autopsy work is very involved. It's usually too late to think about going home when I'm finished. But I have bad dreams when I sleep here, and I always end up falling onto the floor. So I'd like to exchange the table for a lower one.
Maybe you should just go home. Or maybe just get a pull-out cot somewhere. Alright, maybe I present your own autopsy report and be like, hey, bro, what's with this? Ah, here we go. Dr. Gory, we actually came to ask you about this.
He was very good.
Good? Sorry?
His skin didn't snap by blade once, and very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to work with.
Ooh! Rexon was buff, confirmed. Nice. We can skip those details! But there is one thing about the report that caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded a time of death. Eh? Oh! Oh! Wow, she's really pretty eyes, but that's... What a shock, I didn't expect that to happen. I half expected her face to be like a secret, but it wasn't. She's just a normal looking human.
That's not my fault!
Oh! That made me jump.
Then please, tell us what happened.
Ah, there we go, unlocked. So, why doesn't this autopsy report include the victim's time of death then? It's really the most crucial detail. Oh, it's back again.
I was told not to write it.
STRONGHART! Son of a bitch. What? By whom? Fucking knew. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Don't say I didn't tell you so. I fucking told you guys so. I knew it. I knew it. Fucking STRONGHART. Son of a bitch. Where's my knife? I'm gonna fucking... I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna maim. I'm gonna kill. I'm gonna rend. I'm gonna kill. Fucking STRONGHART. Knew it!
Well, STRONGHART, the Lord Chief Justice, he came here.
Lord STRONGHART came? I bet he doesn't!
He said that from the witness statement about the gunshot and other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on the 1st of November, when the gunshot was heard.
But that's not the time of death you wrote on the report. You didn't write anything. Was there some reason you didn't include it?
Oh, she's a good girl, she didn't want to lie.
Never doubted you for a second? I doubted you for 2? Ida, I am so glad you doubted me for that extra second. You know, just in case. Oh, she's not a liar. She's a good girl. Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something under Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you're going to have the same... You're going the same way as your mother. Oh my god, Renosuke, you just threatened this young lady. Oh my god. Give it here then. What's she scribbling so furiously? There. You've written... What? What she's written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... Okay, I guess it's better than nothing. Indeterminate. As in you couldn't track because it's too long, or... Not gonna lie, you thought he was dead? No, he wasn't. I was dead for a second. What do you mean by that? Why is the time of death indeterminate?
When the specimen was brought in, it was still very fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with the gunshot, when the gunshot was heard. But there's one small discrepancy.
What discrepancy?
There was some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot.
What?
If the victim liked fresh fried fish, he presumed he'd like to eat it before it went off.
Well, yes. Are you really trying to say?
It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death.
Manipulate the... Is that even possible to do?
Yeah, like, 'cause if you put in cold storage,
Wouldn't the fish be fresh too?
theoretically, if you were to chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction.
Yeah, but the fish...
Oh, and if the overcoat wasn't on the body at the time,
Then only the fish would have started to rot. They stripped Gregson? My poor Gregson! Fucking humiliated in his death. Oh, I'm so sad. Warm Gregsy. No more like, no, cold Gregsy. Although it's so funny how his love for fish and chips is the thing that really blew this case open.
with today's science, it is not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not.
But today's science is advanced enough that you freeze a corpse, it seems.
But surely, to chill a corpse like that would require an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. No, definitely not. Maybe in a factory? Or some other special places.
I thought you would like him warm as and alive, not cold as and dead. Of course I would prefer him warm and alive, but he's cold and dead in fact, and I'm very sad about it. I'll put my knife away, out of respect for the deceased. Oh, Gregson.
I don't recall seeing any factories or such on Fredno Street, though. I wonder if the inspected body had been chilled somehow. What might have the actual time of death have been? I couldn't say for sure. But at the most, it might have been a day earlier.
No!
In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspector Gregson was killed the day before his body was discovered, at a different location.
Did you inform Lord Strongheart of the possibility?
He simply said there was no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity.
But we know that Gregson was brought there in a suitcase, so... Oh, yes, one other thing. It's something the governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said that your mother, Dr. Scythe, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution.
The professor.
Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We were wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. How old were you then?
That's not all Mama did.
Sorry? My mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes as well. What? Really? Brother of Lord Van Zykes? The professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy on a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. But the detective in charge of the investigation insisted, and it was miraculously authorized. The detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for the historical event. What does all this mean? Was it planted by STRONGHART? Son of a bitch. You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this room. The professor and Clint Van Zykes. They both spent their final moments before their burial upon that dissection table here. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of the country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you could tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. Alright, let's talk. Confirmation of death? The professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had to be in attendance at Parklake Prison's execution chamber and signed the certification to confirm the convict's death. Mama is the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. But the execution didn't actually take place. No. And worse still, Mama actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear. I found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, in Mama, but now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean because you admitted the time of death on this autopsy report? But that's because Lord STRONGHART forbade you from including it. Just like Mama. I'm sure she was coerced by someone too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there were powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution couldn't have been staged without a lot of people in prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been in on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs? According to what he told us, he was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he'd said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind the jailbreak all those years ago? Okay, what about Clint's autopsy? What was the evidence that was decisive? You mentioned the autopsy of Clint Van Zykes. It was at a time when carrying out autopsies of murder victims was very unusual. It's still not a practice as observed in our country, even now. It turned out that he was the professor's final victim, and when the autopsy was performed, Mama was present, although only as the secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson? Yes, because he worked here before. Oh my gosh. That's right! My daddy! And there was one other person present. The primary assistant. Mikotoba! He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, a visiting student? It must have been my father. Eugene Mikotoba. Wow! Secondary generation reunion in the autopsy room. You got your father and your father and your mother. God damn. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. The outcome of this historical autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. What was it? So that's how they came to identify Genshin Aosoki as the infamous mass murderer. But what was it? What did they find? Like, how did they know it was specifically Genshin? Do you happen to know anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us more? No. Would you like to see the records for yourself? Would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them?
They're filed under V at the back of these cupboards, with the other records from the last decade.
Thank you! V? Oh, that makes sense. Let's see, Van Zykes. That's strange. Redacted, fucking taken. Strongheart! Son of a bitch, probably stole them. What is an Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zykes.
There must be!
Perhaps someone took them away?
No. No one's allowed to take documents related to the professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone!
Well, when was the last time someone looked at them? Do you remember?
It was... Oh, yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day.
It wasn't Strongheart, it was fucking Sherlock.
A consulting detective came one day saying that he'd like to see the records.
No, you don't mean...
Sherlock Sholmes was his name.
Deep down, I knew that was coming.
Do you think he stole the records?
Oh no, surely not! Iris, that can't be right, can it? We all know Sherlock isn't above stealing things, so like, it's probably him. Iris? Eh?
Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but...
What is it, Iris?
I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to leave you now.
Oh, that's very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then.
Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now then. Good luck.
She's gonna confront Sherlock?
Wait a minute, little girl? Huh? Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you?
As an 8-year-old? Have you, Iris?
Yes, 2 years ago. The detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too.
Well, that's the way it usually works, yes. I mean, if you're currently a living specimen, you generally were a living specimen also in the past. It's very rarely the other way around.
Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash.
Wait, Iris.
Cool. I'll brew pot for you when you get home.
Oh, gone in a flash. What's the matter with her? She's behaving really strangely all of a sudden. She knows what it is, I guess. Well, in that case, we won't keep you any longer either.
It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. It's really fun. The next time you come, vote if you are really ready for dissection.
To partake or as the subject? I can't make any soft promises, sorry. I'm so sorry. It's a bit strange that the records of Clint Van Zyk's autopsy have disappeared. A bit? It's so strange. But I think we've asked all we came to ask for now. Okay. Ida, are you offering yourself? Okay, wait, let's go back to... let's see. Okay, let's go to Freshness Street. Let's see if they found anything else. Gina, are you here? You have any news for us? Police are so busy investigating in here then.
But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she?
Yes, it's blissfully quiet, isn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own, practicing with what her boss taught her.
Well, I expect she'll be back before too long. Should we wait?
Actually, there's something different about this room since last time we were here, isn't there?
We could all use the time to investigate more thoroughly.
Something different? about the room. Is there a chair? No, that's not it. Wait, we've seen this already though. A photograph of Mrs. Vigil. Realizing that it was okay. He obviously loves his wife very dearly. This is not it. Tell the truth. Transformation was incredible, wasn't it? Big twisted lip. Yes, he went for extraordinary effort to play the part of Hugh Byrne correctly. Didn't really seem like it was much of an effort to me. Now you say it, I have to agree. This is a true character. Man's so mean to him. No, wait, what's the thing that's different? I don't see anything that's different. Is there anything that's different? Is it this? This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh, it appears to be made of metal. It must be very heavy. I wonder to whom it belongs. Gina's? There's some initials on the outside, look. T.G. Tobias Gregson! Let's ask one of the policemen if they knew how it came to be here.
Oi! What you think you're doing? Gina? Gina? My memory is struggling. My memory is always struggling, my dear Poké Dumplings.
Never is it not struggling.
That's my trunk, that is. Hands off!
Oh, she inherited Gregson's trunk. Gina! What have you been hiding?
I don't know. I leave something on Nintendo for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got greedy eyes on it.
Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What?
Spit it out, Otto.
It's fair to say you've only owned this trunk since this morning's trial.
What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where you been the last year?
Dementia?
No, I haven't got dementia.
Although I don't doubt it, in my future I see Alzheimer's. Try not to include your wrath mainly.
Okay, we're gonna talk to Gina. That's good, that's good. Alright, let's talk to Gina.
Her boss, Gregson.
Good AM talking the yard now. Should shame themselves. They're saying that it was the boss who killed all and bludges.
You mean the whole Reaper thing?
Yeah. Apparently, the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yard knew nothing about. Something to do with all them criminals what got scot-free.
Yes, the one prosecuted by Lord Van Zykes who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction.
Well, then obviously, the blooming Reaper giving out the orders, wasn't it?
But why would people be suspecting Inspector Gregson of being involved in the killings? Because Strongheart's throwing him under the bus so they're of his scent. Scent? It's not sense. Scent. True age getting... No! I'm being bullied. I'm being fucking bullied right now. I'm not battled. I said I see Alzheimer's in my future. I didn't say present, okay? I'm not yet that aged. I'm still young. I'm still springy. I still have years, time. I'm still soft and malleable, and my brain is juicy and wet. I'll learn eventually. My memory is fine. Absolutely. That's no copium. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Wait. See, secret notebook though. Strongheart. Fucking Strongheart. Oh no, this doesn't sound good.
It had details about all the crimes that have been pegged as the Reaper's work.
What?
No! Did you see, Gina? Did you see the notebook?
Can we steal it?
They wouldn't flaming let me! Just because I'm an apprentice, apparently. It was me who found it! And it was my boss! That's right! I was pretty miffed about it, so... I sneaked a peek, and what is it anyway? Oh!
That's how Gina. Can you read now?
Brain is juicy? Exactly, my brain is so wet and juicy.
So, you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you?
Why I see it, my right to read what he wrote.
And what had he written, Gina?
Dates, times, places, names. The whole long list of them. All details about the bludgeons supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps there's a record of the investors' investigations into the Reaper's activities. Exactly! That's what I said! Best thing you'd think, right? And as it happens, the name was it was full of names I recognized anyway.
Well, the Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld.
Exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underground. Criminal underground. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Whew. Got there in the end. Yeah, but there was one name right at the end that was a bit odd.
At the end of the list, you mean?
I'm pretty sure the date against it was 31st October.
Oh, the day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name?
Weren't like a name I've seen before? Something like, nah, it's no good. Can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way.
Oh dear, what a pity.
There was something else there too. Don't know if it matters. The same name kept coming up over and over.
Was it Assassin? It was Assassin.
Shin. It was. I suppose means anything but.
Unfortunately, it does.
Did you say Shin? Eh? What? Does it mean something?
Wolfman Sykes knew the name too. He mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now we find out her name appeared in Gregson's secret notebook? Alright, what have your investigations yielded, Gina? We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina?
Well, of course not. Been busy, have I? Investigating all that. Lads of the yard trying to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened.
The day before? That will be the undercover investigation into the Red-Headed League then.
Oh, the boss didn't go, did he? Found some cove what was pretending to be him, didn't ya, Oda?
Yes, it was Mr. Vigil who actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson.
Well, anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got me own ways of getting results.
Oh, what have you got?
Ah!
Oh, Toby.
My partner here got together. Ain't nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! Such a faithful friend.
So, have you tracked anything down there?
What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you what though. Police business, isn't it? Ugh. Anyway, point is, if you lot ever need any help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the L down here.
Right, because he looks oh so hellish, honest. Right, tell me about the Hellhound. Gina, about your Hellhound here.
Hehe, puppy. Chief Inspector Toby, I mean. The pride of the force he is.
In Japanese, police dog means something quite different. Although, not altogether nice to have... What? Sorry, whoa, I can speak, I can read. In Japan, police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For a canine, at least. It should be. After all, in the Great Exhibition case the other day, it was Toby here who managed to locate Trevor's workshop.
He baby.
Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what is up to book. Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what this superdog can do, eh? Do we have something the chief inspectors could catch a scent of, I wonder?
Take that!
I want to say this. Well, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Oh! The Chief Inspector made short
work with Gina there. Oh. Your brain is getting drier by the second. No. No, my brain is still wet and juicy. I told you. It's super. It's like a fucking deluge in there. It's so wet, like a marsh. What? It's not getting drier. Just my eye. Look, okay. My eyes are dry. It's my eyes that are dry. Actually, I have been having this problem recently. I don't know why, but like my vision just like goes like blurry, like when I like look up for some reason. I can't understand why. I think it's because I have some kind of cream. And it's like I have some kind of cream in my eyes, but I don't. So I'm like, what's going on here? Like, need a hydrate redeem? Well, if I think you might have to be affiliate to get those, but yeah, I guess. I'll have those up as soon as I'm able, so you guys can remind me to hydrate, so that my juicy brain stays super juicy. Maybe go to optometrist? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It feels like I have like residue, but I don't know. Like I probably like. Okay. I know I'm saying that I have a super juicy mind and I'm super smart and I'm super perfect and everything. And this story that I'm about to tell you, you guys have to keep a secret and not hold it against me, okay? Last week when I was really fucking tired, because it's winter right now, right? So my face was feeling a little bit dry. I was about to go to sleep. It was really late and I was super tired. But my face was dry, so I was like, oh, before I go to bed, I'll just moisturize my face a little bit more. So I go over, I get my cream, I spread on my hands, and then for some reason, instead of putting it on my cheeks, I put it directly into my eyeballs. I just like spread the cream directly into my eyes, and then my vision went super blurry, and I like for a second I couldn't understand what was going on. I was like, damn, why is it so blurry all of a sudden? Sounds extremely. Luckily it wasn't painful. Because the moisturizer I use is just like it's like the basic stuff. It's just like some Soberlane. So like it's just like glycerin and like water and shit. Like it's nothing like no special formula or anything. So when I put it in my eyes, it didn't hurt all that much. My eyes just got super blurry, like they're getting now when I like look up and stuff like that. So that's why I'm not like worried about my blurry vision. I'm just like, did I put cream in my eyes again somehow? Your eyes actually clean themselves? Yeah, they do. They wash themselves out usually. No, doctor. Not sure if tiredness can fully account for this. No! I was tired. It was like 4 a.m. And my face was dry, and I just wanted a bit of moisture before I went to bed. But the moisture ended up in a place that I wasn't intending it to be moisturized. It was fine. Eventually I managed to like spread the cream back onto my face, and then I went to bed. All's well that ends well. Anyway, Toby found something. Oof. Oh, look what it's gone to. Oh my, the trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Of Inspector Gregson! In other words, it must have belonged to him! Oh, yeah, we know, it has the fucking TG on it. I mean, you're friends with Nicole? Perfectly made for each other? I'm keeping brain juicy by putting moisture directly into eyes? What can I say? The eyes have a direct line to the brain, right? To the optic nerve. Fucking, I'm being efficient, if anything else. Oh, alright, it's a fair cop, I suppose. Oh, she's finally admitting that this is his. You nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what he can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? Well, that's enough now, Gino. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth. about that trunk.
Yeah, tell us the truth about the trunk.
It weren't like that. It just weren't.
What are you talking about?
I know what's going to the head of yours, and I won't appreciate it. Oh, so that won't happen. That ain't what happened.
That's what she means. Right then? What did happen?
Well, like I said before, we're trying to trace the boss's movements. So let Toby here have a whip of the boss overcoat. As soon as I'd done that, he went off like a shot.
To where the refrigeration unit is? Straight to that sandwich? Sandwich? Not a bag of chips? No, the guy! Beppo. Beppo?
It's not a horo! I believe Gina means the witness.
Oh, I forgot about that sandwich.
Yeah, he had it in between them wooden boards of his. The boss's trunk.
He stole something. You mean when they heard the sound of a gunshot and all powder in here?
Exactly! He nabbed it from the scene.
Goodness!
And the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. You know what he said?
I thought it might fetch a good price. The chap wouldn't be needing it anymore, so... That's all I did! Nothing more, nothing less!
Wouldn't Adam Eve the cheek of it, eh? Seeing the dead boss's stuff to flog.
So Miss Venus wasn't the only one to meddle the scene of the crime then.
How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. And it's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. There's something wrong with that, eh? Well,
No, we just want to take a look, please. Maybe you and Mrs. Sandwich should try to find the answer to the question together.
wait. Oh, can we check it out? Check it out? I think perhaps the trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
Or we could keep it as secret evidence, because they're very proud of secret evidence in this game.
I think we should keep it as secret evidence. Secret evidence for us. What you on about? I am the police.
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah, alright then. Do what you want with it.
Secret evidence!
Thank you. We'll make a detailed record of our examination of this evidence.
Yeah, we stole it!
Excellent.
Hello? What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
It's not a hoarder, be careful! It must be the trunk. Wait! Oh, Toby, please! Toby, oi, what are you doing? Gonna lick his face! Gonna lick his face off!
I don't think he was looking.
It's not a hoarder! It's not a hoarder!
Gina!
Quickly, hail a carriage! Okay. Redoske was mold. That's,
Wow, did not expect that.
woo, mold legal shit.
Love it. Yeah, me too, Ida. I love it too. Oh, we're back home. That's okay. That's not too bad.
It's not a hoarder. Are you alright?
Miss Sato?
Ah, gems.
Conscious again at last. A blessed relief, my dear fellow.
How much of my face am I missing?
After all, to drop... Oh, not even mold. He just leaked. Okay. Oh, actually wasn't leaking. Okay. Yikes. No scare, please. After all, to drop dead after moderate licking by a small terrier. Most unseemly.
What it is or isn't is irrelevant here, Mr. Sherms.
Just worried about us. I know, right? She's so cute.
So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
I'm fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? This is such a carry me? What's this on my head? A bandage? Sadly, we had no ice. That's a compression of sugar water. Sugar water?
Don't worry, Miss Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you. Sugar water? So, let's take tea when you're feeling up to it.
But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup. The back of my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you feel ready, then.
Okay. What to do? I'll pay so much for such. Same, absolutely.
By right, Miss Naruhodo. Not unusual find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It's just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Yes, of course. Back to work as soon as possible. Let's talk to Sherms, I guess? I'm ready for tea. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sherms.
How much would you pay for Sut to throw you?
What's more than that I'll pay? More than what I'll pay for her to carry me? I mean, I'm sure she'll do for free if you piss her off, right? My dear fellow, think nothing of it. I must say I was quite startled when I heard that you'd been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feared the infamous murderer of so many had come back from the dead. You mean the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff, upturned collar of yours obviously afforded some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I really remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Literally just licked. Oh man, I'm all scared. I guess it was the fall that kind of knocked him out. Well, if you wish to avoid some troubles in the future, a little mustard spread over the cheeks should do the trick. Which cheeks? My face or my butt? I like to think that would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Ah, face. Are we going downstairs?
Yes, we should. Okay. Is Iris back?
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerberg, den Schlund es mir verbrannt, ach Hopfen deine Wut. Mit dem Knacker ich befahl.
What on earth is going on here? Am I having a bad dream? Iris, did you kill a man?
Oh, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather fine rendition, I think.
That's the least of my concerns. Why is Mukotoba there? Is he dead? Is he alive?
Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Oh? Who's that that relaxed gentleman over there?
It's Professor Mukotoba, isn't it? Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir! I do apologize for troubling you while she's singing so merrily, but would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. Rather tantalizing juxtaposition. Is he actually singing it? I thought it was a recording. And one that appears to have incited the gods of deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Shims, do you mean? No! Don't have to fucking suffer through this. The strains of reasoning within me are playing now as a delightful duet. One melody sings of a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying desperately to conceal. Iris. She's turned as white as a sheet. So unusual. So, as usual, you've instantly seen to the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to Music Land, where all sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Sherlock Holmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Fine. Man's identity. It looks like Professor Mikotoba, but just with Kazuma's mask. We can just take the mask off. Rain, you ready? Oh, hello, Rain. Hello. Are you excited for Sherlock's deduction? First, we consider the Germans. The gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language, as evidenced by the dramatic song he sings and his inability to understand when being asked to desist. So why is the man here at all? And in such apparent high spirits. Iris, did you make him drunk? The answer is, of course, Iris. It's clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel that particular sight, or part of the mystery. The reason for the man's mild, irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. Obviously, we've offered our German guests a cup of your latest herbal blend. A blend, perhaps, but maybe not herbal. Tea's delectable flavor has made the man's spirit soar, and resulted in this joyful ditty tumbling incessantly from his lips. I eagerly await the sampling of the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in his state of elation. Now, to the next question. Like, I hope he's not dead, but like, I'm kind of worried. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly in the city? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged in my services in solving a particular delicate case. It required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived in my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmund von Ostein. Oh, it's the little Bohemian boy's relative? Publishing Iris made Hi! Oh, that's what you mean by her. Oh, I get it now. Absolutely, yeah. The King of Germany. My memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical. Yes, there can be no question. The mask belongs to the King of Germany. As Kazuma's mask, it was on the table for like 2 weeks. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and has decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. A well-mannered monarch indeed, wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? Iris' face says it all. So the identity of this masked visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well, enjoying the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Sherlock. Girls, silence. Is she holding something in her mouth, I wonder? She leaves us the one remaining ponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. Clearly, this means that Kazuma is King of Germany. Wow, Kazuma! Can't believe you kept that from us! You were the King of Germany all along? Wait, you have a son? Kazuma, you never told us! If you had told us, I would be much nicer to him. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness is concealed inside that knapsack. A £5 note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I am deeply saddened. Are you gonna beg a 10-year-old girl for money? It would appear you have allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself on spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. I don't think that's the case. Although it would be funny if Iris actually has something in her mouth right now. And now, the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Yes, you'll need to follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You attempted to abscond with that coffee cup. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup? It appears that His high-spirited highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Hijinks? Hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup has been broken by the King of Germany! And Iris, you try to conceal it from me! Oh, he's so dejected. And I shall have the bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. I don't think it should come to that. Okay, time to fix it. We'll fix it. Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' Great Deduction of this painful puzzle. Oh, it's okay.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot. Bodend wie ein Feuerberg.
With your silence as well. The fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, I must say something does rather trouble me. Pray, Mrs. Otto, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since he's fucking dead! Or sedated? I mean, how do you even think he was singing? His mouth isn't moving. Ah. And you haven't said a word either, Iris. It's okay, they're like income packs. We can't charge her for murder. If Mrs. Sholmes has it all right, you might as well own up to it now. He's fucking dead. Yeah, that's what I thought, right? Your reasoning isn't entirely without substance, I must admit. And one other thing, Mrs. Sholmes. Yet another grievance, Mr. Naruhodo? Surely not. Well, I actually read the story of that case recently. The one you were just describing. And according to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, because remember that kid he said was from Bohemia? It's true. Master Gotts, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. If we ignore the facts, I'm correct. God, Sherlock, please, come on, mate, come on. You could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Mr. Naruhodo, that it's our turn now to make some corrections to the number of minor errors that may have slipped in. Yes, even Mr. Sholmes is willing to admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Although it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. We need to find the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? A joint presentation of Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning spectacular! Okay. I'll help you out. Course correction. And I'll get you a new coffee cup or something. We can get one from the pawn shop. I love pawn shopping for cups. You always get some really nice mugs and stuff. Alright. Nope, I'm pretty sure that's Professor Mikotoba. Come on. His mouth's not even moving, my friend. He's clearly not the one singing. Iris is clearly known to you. So she does know. Yes, she would know. The father, because we met him just today. Reason for this man's malinternally warbling? Herbal tea, not herbal tea. What are you hiding behind your back, sweetheart? So what? It's some mix of herbs that gives you the urge to sing? Goodness! I should like to try some. And I'd like to hear you singing. But this man, just how long does he intend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? As I said, he's been stuck still the entire time. If you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. You don't have to look closely, Sasato! I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing, but I suspect that I suspect the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. Is it a gramophone? Actual source of the boisterous singing? Yep. Wait, this is a gramophone. Still rarely seen in our own country.
Herr mit dem Schwarzbier.
Lift the needle. The sound suddenly appears to be coming from the horn. But machine singing! That can't be right! Science and technology has changed the world rapidly, Miss Nerdhortle. What's right is changing too. Ugh, it's too much for my brain. Oh, at least we found our answer.
Take that!
The reason for the man? The gramophone was too powerful. Instantly fucking frozen. Here it is. There we go. We're back. The reason for the man's mildly irritating wobbling was revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, when a well-bred gentleman would break into an obscure folk song by making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it would appear the fellow is unconscious. Oh, so he's not dead. That's good. The music seems to have stopped now. I asked you, Mr. Nerdhortle? Yes? Why would I have purchased a recording of that gibberish? How should I know? Well, never mind. On with the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly on the settee? Professor Mikotoba. As it happens, a number of years ago now. Oh, we know you're wrong, mate. We'll skip through this. It's not the king of Germany, not the king of Bohemia. Was arrived in a mosque. One that you mistakenly thought was this guy's, but it is not. Not the king of Germany. Memory serves, the mosque worn by this gentleman is identical. Your memory has served you wrong. Which, I can sympathize with. My memory also serves me wrong sometimes. Although we established that was actually the king of Bohemia, it seems Mr. Sherms intends to persist with his German theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotz? The boy who you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Do you suppose all members of the aristocracy in mainland Europe wear masks? I'm sure they do. Well, probably anyway. The point is, the mask doesn't belong to any king. It belongs to Kazuma. No, that's right. As well we know. Because we can identify the true owner of this mask. Where'd Kazuma go? Kazuma. Eh? Here he is.
Take that!
Kazuma! Yes, there can only be no question. The mask belongs to Kazuma Asogi. In other words, my memory is sublimely unreliable. What a fucking mood. Only you could truly make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on the metal chest for several days, though it doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. It is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. You don't need to excuse yourselves in advance. Gently lift this mask and peer underneath it. I don't know why we didn't do that to begin with. There he is. I don't believe it. Father! I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato. You must be mistaken. No! I think not, Mrs. Sherms. She grew a spine. It would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. Our logic and reasoning. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Eugene Mikotoba. Logic and reasoning, or just looking and saying. Common sense is the best defense. I can't believe that we instantly clocked Professor Mikotoba while his own daughter could not. Damn, that mask must be super effective, huh? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you. Young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable silence is unable to hide the truth. It's in her hands. Yes, the reason for your muteness is sealed inside this knapsack. So that's a £5 note sticking out of Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form. I know. I'm not even sure we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father would never have paid money for Iris's silence. Certainly seems like the silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. There must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps what Iris tries so hard not to give away with her eyes is something entirely different. What the fuck am I looking at? Can we look at the knapsack? Now that I think about it, Iris always wears that little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. It's easy to figure about it, because you can't see it from the front. There are just can't see it from the front. There are two little felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? Yeah! We saw them today! It was really cute. I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. It's a little Sherlock and Iris. Is it possible there's always a £5 note poking out the back we just haven't noticed before either? I fucking doubt it. I wouldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. No chest? The metal chest? It contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details of cases Mr. Sholmes has worked on over the years. Written up by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insists that this chest is kept locked at all times. She's never once showed me the inside. Oh, it's not locked anymore! Well, the contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. And entirely irreplaceable. But look at that now. The catch is unlocked for it once. Ah! So it is! That's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen the chest unlocked before, so all this time we've been staying here at Baker Street. So it must be this.
Take that!
Biscuit shall start to live in a 2D well until Hello's logic reasoning. Absolutely. That's how it works. Yes, the reason behind your muteness is concealed inside this metal chest. Is there a body in there? Ah, excellent observation. One close expression, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, it's something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris? But simple enough, matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. We need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Solve itself. You have to head out now? Oh my god, it's okay, you know. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Thank you for joining in. I hope you have a wonderful night too. Or day, you know. Oh my gosh. I hope you have a good time outside in the real world. They live in a 3D heck world where common sense goes to die. You know what, Rain? I think actually, like this Ace Attorney logical reasoning is a special type of logical reasoning, but oh my gosh. He's dead. He's fucking dead. Never! Oh, so sorry, Susato. Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. It's just no skill left. Ah. So you found your voice now, Iris. I love how he keeps it going, even though Stroke's fucking dead.
Oh!
In other words, what has happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is...
This is somewhat different to the usual dance of deduction you perform at the shows, isn't it?
Well, he's left me alone in the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance the next part solo.
And anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You mean you don't actually know the answer yet? Despite that knowing point of a finger before.
Mr. Sato, sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later.
Point first, think later. Okay, Renosuke. Well, if you say so. I think we'd better examine Iris more closely and try to rescue the situation then.
Signs are now. I have no fucking clue. The only thing we can find is like the knapsack. Oh, nope, found it.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is the key behind your back.
Oh,
Because the shield was thrown into the air before. Just before you called out to try to stop him, you slipped something out of your mouth. Oh my gosh, she did have something in her mouth! I was correct! That something is the key in your hands. No doubt, the key to the chest.
you're so clever, Runo!
So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sherman's graphic demonstration. Thank you, Sherlock, for your sacrifice. We appreciate it. You can well imagine what happened here.
But...
Renosuke has graduated from Paralock. This is probably where Phoenix gets his buffing skills from. Yeah, Renosuke was the mold. Phoenix followed well in his footsteps. I'm so proud. Professor Mikutoba also opened the metal chest, only to be punched into the air. And lands sprawling on the settee.
But wait! That doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why would he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask?
I think Iris put them there to make him look less sus. Well, for those curious details, I can think of only one explanation. Clearly, an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Wait, did everything fly off and fall on his face or something? Isn't that right, Iris? Consider how the room was arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Professor Mikutoba opened the chest, clearly unaware of a way to hit him inside. The mask was flung into the air just as he was, only to land neatly on his face when it fell back down. But wouldn't you take the stuff off the top before you open it up with the chest? Like, I don't know. And the teacup's journey in the air ended when it was caught on the unconscious professor's finger.
You mean to say the stylish scarf?
It's actually just a tablecloth. It's a great detective's office, after all. A place of miraculous deductions. Oh, Sasato's there instead. Yeah! Yeah! Nice! Would you expect anything less?
Yeah, you're right. Happened exactly as you said.
How do you even open the chest without... Right? That's what I said! Or was it the moment he unlocked it, it just popped open?
It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Rina!
Thus concludes Renosuke's Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. Come on. Sato is so adorable, I love her.
So then, why don't I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
He's awake again. You recovered! Nice. An admirable performance, Mr. Naruhodo. But the final act of the show there,
You rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes? If you cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you are hiding a great secret. Uh-oh. She is? Look at her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Whatever is this great secret? Whatever this great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put it to you again. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup.
Not the coffee cup, something else. It really is a shame about Mr. Sholmes' cup.
Must have been smashed when Professor Mikotoba opened the chest.
Oh dear.
So many things seem to have broken here. Now the deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore.
In other words, her great secret is something else.
Is it like a note attached to the bottom of the thing she's holding?
Observational skills. Okay, let's see.
My bet is it's at the bottom of this. Oh fuck, how do I?
No, down. Oh, I found it. Go back. Yes, I was right.
Take that!
Case file. Wait, was she the one who stole it? I'm attempting to abscond. That case file. Iris, you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective.
Oh no.
We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today, and Dr. Gory informed us the autopsy report of Clint Van Zykes had gone missing. Clint Van Zykes? Yes, I do seem to recall. And some years ago, I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? An 8-year-old was like, "This is cool! I'm gonna keep this!" You mean it was you, Iris? So those papers you have there are...
I'm sorry.
Oh, don't cry. Forgive me! Oh, Iris, it's okay, sweetheart, don't worry. To hide the case file. Oh, it's alright, Iris. It's okay. You were 8, I can't blame you. Elementary, my dear Watson. In truth, I would like to have thought I could have predicted the booby-trapped chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes.
Ugh, I'm sorry, Hurley.
So you mean this autopsy report really is...
Yeah, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important.
Was there something in it that troubled you, Iris?
Not exactly something that troubled me.
Oh, is it because your dad's name was on it?
Something I've been looking for. When I saw this report, I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's.
Yeah. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Because he was attending coroner back then. Iris? It must be something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting. No! Sherlock, come on! My dear fellows. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman on the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Ah! Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. It's not Oro. Yes? Would you be so kind as to lend your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yes, of course, I hope you carry him up.
So will I!
No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. We wouldn't want Iris brewing... we wouldn't want Iris's brew to stew.
Thank you, Sherlock.
Because there's no better way to make the professor uncomfortable than dragging him upstairs like a trunk! Oh, spoke too soon. I wonder, perhaps it was deliberate.
Maybe Sherman is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. Ah, that's nice of him.
Must use the opportunity to talk with Iris.
And find out what's going on. Daddy. Would you like to tell us about it, Iris? About your father?
I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner.
Yes. And the notes about the case they solved together are kept inside that metal chest.
Yeah, that's right. Hurley told me, you see? He said that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so he caught me.
That's one way of describing it. Then,
when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like.
well, that's only natural.
You're just like any other girl of your age. I read that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied it and took my degree too.
Well, that's only natural, I suppose.
In that respect,
You're not quite like any other girl your age, though.
but there was one thing I could never find out. Daddy's name.
His name?
Wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then one day,
That's what happened, is it? When you saw this autopsy report, you finally managed to work it out. Is that right?
yeah,
So it was the handwriting in the report that caught her eye. Oh, Iris!
when I saw the writing in that report, I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting. I thought to myself,
Because it's the same as the writing you see in your father's case notes?
exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. I asked the doctor in the laboratory. I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told it was the first and last time we'll be allowed to even look at it here.
So you decided to steal it?
When I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had in here, there was no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's.
And the signature in the corner at the bottom of the autopsy report read Dr. John H. Wilson.
So that's how I finally found out. I learnt Daddy's name at last.
I see.
Ever since then, I've called myself Iris Wilson.
You didn't even have a last name? You only had one since 2 years ago? Sherlock! CPS! We need CPS in here!
That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. I decided there and then that I'd write the adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, Iris. I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you. I can see why the autopsy report was so important to her now. Sherlock, you couldn't have fucking told her the name! What the hell's wrong with you? And why she was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Also, the security kind of sucks if they didn't realize for 2 whole years. I must apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Yeah, it is! You're the adult of the situation. What the hell, bro?
Really?
I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret.
I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Gory and apologize. I promise.
Yes, we'll go together, I think.
Then let me look after it for you until we get there.
We stole it! Can't believe we just stole some fucking prime, juicy, report. Although, technically speaking, we were allowed to read this because Dr. Gores gave us permission. So it's not really stealing. It's more like borrowing. We borrowed it.
go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later.
Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. I know Mrs. Sholmes is here for her, but still.
Ah! Huh?
How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh dear me. So, you've noticed, I see.
But that's how it mean?
What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Otto? You've turned as white as a sheet. I stole for 2 years. It's another day or two. Absolutely correct.
It's this autopsy report, Mr. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago.
The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What? Huh? What do you mean? How could you possibly know that?
Because I know this writing very well.
Is it your father's?
This writing is my father's.
What? Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows, Iris is 10 years old. What? No way! Wait, what? Actually? What on earth does all this mean, Mrs. Holmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is just too extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain. What the hell? This whole thing, what? So this autopsy report was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba then? That makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again.
Yes, you're right. In some ways, it actually makes a great deal of sense.
It does?
10 years ago was when Father returned to Japan after his extended tour of tour study in Britain.
And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course, he was an assistant in Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as an assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled into a full autopsy report. Once the work was completed, the head coroner would check the contents and put his signature on the document.
In other words, the only writing of Dr. Wilson's on the report would be his signature at the end.
I see. So Iris got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that and assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson.
Which is very understandable, of course.
What complicates the situation? But then why was it a secret? It's because of the whole technically not married type thing. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mrs. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits.
Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, written by Iris.
And we really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So what about the supposed partner of yours? Did he really exist or not? Ah, you've come straight to the point, I see.
Please, come straight with the answer!
I believe Iris explained it in one of her installments. He was a trusted comrade, and the only person I could have called a friend. You know, suddenly Dr. Mikotoba having a copy of the Hounds of Baskerville's manuscript or whatever on his desk, like, makes so much more sense, right? I was like, oh, why did he have that? Now I'm like,
that's why he has that! And did this partner of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest?
absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? Upstairs in my bed, perhaps? Oui. rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. But if this autopsy report and the records of your old cases were penned by the same hand, and if the autopsy report was written, though not signed, by your famous partner, there would be only one logical conclusion. Gray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Eugen Mikotoba. In other words, Mrs. Sato's father. On my word, Miss Naruhoro. Yes? You're coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the art of deduction. You mean to say? Allow me to introduce you.
Ah, he's awake.
To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba?
Does this mean
You're the real Dr. Wilson? Oh, no, my dear, I'm still my old self, Yuji Mikotoba. You're your father.
Of course.
This is obviously too much for Sasato-san to take in. I must say, though, how my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity status as a great mystery solver is the greatest mystery of all. I still remember the first time we met. Ugh. Pray, remind me, when was that again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Dr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite! 16 years ago. I just arrived from Japan with Seishiro and Genshin. I was in search of lodgings close to the hospital. Some comfortable rooms at a reasonable price. The rent devilishly high in that particular area. That's right. I decided I needed someone to share lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes, who found himself in a similar situation. Oh my god, they're all roommates. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. And though the situation about cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see? Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. We had a great many adventures. In the last year of Mikotoba's stay in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. A case which you become rather familiar yourselves. The professor killings. For the trial, Seishiro and I were summoned back to home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. As you know, all the details recorded by my trusty chronicler remain in that metal chest. That's just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look!
As your daughter, I am very proud to learn that you are the great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery that I really must ask you to explain now.
And that is?
You know very well what it is.
That was a matter of Iris's father! Ah, of course! Ryunosuke, please. I'm... Like, it may be I found a baby type thing, but if not, well, congratulations, you have a sister, haha. Should have seen this coming, I suppose.
Iris told us that all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes?
That is indeed what I told young Iris.
But if you're Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, then Iris's father must be you!
Ah! Did Sherlock lie, or...? Upon my word, Mrs. Sato. You are coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last.
You finally grasped the art of deduction. What?
What you always told me, father, is that my mother died when I was born 16 years ago. And you left me in grandmother's care while she embarked on your study tour of Britain. And I've always accepted that. But all this about Iris...
Oh, there it is. Susato-san's ice cold stare. No, hold on a minute. It was very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think.
Perhaps you'd like to explain exactly what it is.
There it is. And the eyes go from ice cold to red hot. Just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sherm, say something, man.
He's not gonna help you. He's wearing clothes.
That's quite enough, my fury fellows. Mr. Sherms, when did he get dressed up? As I don't like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past, Mikotoba and I have urgent matters that require a short excursion.
But it's very late, Mr. Sherms. Where must you go?
Why, my dear madame, is that not obvious? My partner and I must pursue our natural enemies. So, go on your coat, Mikotoba. The game is afoot. But Sherms, you really must give Susato a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow, later! Our carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really, I visit home after 10 long years, and when I opened that chest in a fit of nostalgia, I quite inexplicably passed out. And as if that wasn't enough, when I eventually regained consciousness, I plunged straight into all this!
Father, please.
Go with Mrs. Jones now.
I have no doubt that whatever happened, you were acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you. Completely.
Sato.
And sending the great detective and his great partner off on a renewed adventures again is more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams.
Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day? I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And reaching a decision. A decision? About whether to go back to Japan, I suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth, and that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
Ha! He said resolve. Roll the credits. We're finished up. We're finished here.
Wow.
Oh,
End. Oh.
okay, so this is what you mean by the last one is the last two cases are the same case. Okay, we'll see.
Best team of the game.
Yes, that was. I love the music in Great Ace Attorneys. It always slaps a lot. Oh gosh, wow, what a fucking. I'm assuming Iris is probably adopted, but probably finish the game in another 2 long streams.
Ooh. I'll probably try for one tomorrow then.
Depending on whether or not I need to do homework. But yeah. If not, then next week. We'll finish this game next week then. Oh my gosh. Hopefully I can do it a little bit earlier, but if not, then for sure next week we will finish this. I have a Discord where I'll keep you all updated on my schedule. Which I will now do the thing. I think there.
Yeah, that is.
The final case is 4 parts. 1, 2, 3 add up to Whoa! 1, 2, 3 add up to similar to the last part? Holy shit, damn. And he set some time away then. But yeah, I will keep everyone updated with my the Discord scheduling, and if I won't see you the rest of this week, I will at the very least see you guys next week. So thank you all for coming out, thank you for keeping me company, and thank you for joining me on this adventure. I will catch you all next time. Be prepared to set the hard little time. Okay, I will. I'll ready my brain cells. I'll make sure my brain is super fucking juicy. be so fucking hydrated. You won't even believe it. Alright, thanks for coming out, guys, and I'll catch you all later. Hope you have a great day, night, afternoon, wherever you are, and I will see you. Bye-bye!